Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed and we are in the Socrates and Jesus, a Dialogue in Heaven book today. It is a banger. Of all of the bangers, this one bangs the most. Bangs the hardest, bangs the loudest. All of the above. So, we had a little quick review stream earlier today. You can find that on Twitch. It will be up for 7 days because I am not yet an affiliate. I need 3 viewers on Twitch on average to be an affiliate, and I don't see that happening soon. But from the start, let's go. We have, just to review quickly, we have discovered that there is a way of understanding a class of human functioning that we have already seen on this channel is our duty to evolve out of. Belief-based thinking, exemplified in the Abrahamic religious traditions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Children of Abraham, Jesus calls them in the book. So we can understand that. Which is interesting because they can't. Because theirs is a way of making sense of themselves and the world based on belief. And beliefs aren't true. They're something you just get from others. In fact, in principle, these kinds of beliefs can't be true. That's what faith means. In principle, there cannot be any proof for them or evidence for them. So they are called absurd beliefs, which means you have to also accept, if you, to become a believer, you have to accept the idea that this kind of absurd belief or irrationality is a standard for truth, which rejects the most important aspects of what it means to be a human, and the things needed to solve problems, and the things needed to reach our most meaningful goals. Self-reflection, ousia, understanding, or logos in the Greek. A development in a way of being. Your way of being doesn't matter. Your job is just to believe irrationality. Be a member of a tribe. And of course, the self. The development of the self to know the self, which is what we're really here for, is rejected. Your highest way of being is to be a loyal member of a group. And we can understand what that means. It means to accept, to become a part of a whole, to become the same as other people, but actually you will always be in conflict because you will still recognize you are actually different, to be like them, but internally feeling unlike. And what makes you like is that you accept limitations. Only talk about this, only read these books, only act in this way, only think this about yourself and God. But again, you'll be in conflict because you will recognize that if you can leave the belief, there will be a freedom or limitlessness. So a fundamental conflict between all of the aspects of reality or building blocks of understanding. Same, different, like, unlike, part, whole. Giving a state of being in conflict within yourself, and then of course functioning outwardly in the world to create conflict. And we also understood that as belief doesn't have a feeling, you need to accept a substitute feeling for what it means to be a knower or a believer. Because fundamentally, knowing is something eternal, open to everyone, unchanging, and comes with the best feelings. Beliefs don't have that. Beliefs don't have a feeling. And they come from the world of change, transient. So what believers think as knowing comes with a kind of certainty that imitates the way the people that we imitate acted. Our parents looked certain when they crushed your development or understanding or self-reflection. They looked like they were so confident that they were willing to inflict violence or shut you down or undermine what you were doing. So certainty becomes a mark of knowingness. That's from a world of appearances. So you will always feel, as a believer, you will always feel, what's the word from the text? Always feel, scroll. Oh my goodness. How far back did we go last time? Always feel. Okay, let's use the. Restless. Oh! And those who are hunting to, those who are on the quest to understand and understand what understanding is so we can do it better. Here we have another self-logos term. Those who seek to gain the certainty of knowing through understanding the state of knowing in a transient arena, the arena of beliefs. Okay, ultimately, we've been defining what is the real quest of man, what is the hero's journey, and what it means to be a mystic. Many are the staff bearers, few are the actual mystics, said Socrates. This path of philosophy is it. For everyone. It's not for a part, it's the whole of man in this quest, to move from belief-based thinking to understanding-based thinking. Conflicts caused by belief. Conflicts are resolved by understanding its cause and conditions. Excellence is gained through understanding and tested in experience, and the ultimate experience is knowing, which is of it's a permanent state, the realm of being. True knowledge is that which is an unchanging permanent state. Mind knowing itself. If you've got mind, then you can have knowledge. Knowledge which is eternal. Isn't that neat? So you can take it with you wherever and whenever you go. And we gain it through the development of understanding. That's been the key all through this text and all through our learning. It's understanding that is the quest of man. But if you seek to gain the actual knowingness through the feeling of imitating certainty in the realm of belief, you will always be incomplete, and there will always be a restlessness. So if you are on a hunt for what are the fundamental building blocks of understanding, which I hope you are, because that's what we're looking for when we read. We don't just want to listen to Socrates. We want to see if there's a structure behind his thinking, because that's who we're aiming for. Someone with a mastery of understanding and wisdom, which would be both knowing and getting there through understanding. So having the two together, wisdom, is how it's defined in the book. So if you are looking for understanding, here we have another couple of terms. So far we've got, which has been used all through. Whole and part. Jesus and Socrates, how are they the same? How are they different? How are they like each other? How are they unlike each other? How are they the same? How are they different? I've said that already. But also believers. They're supposed to be the same, but they feel different. Like and unlike, part of a whole. Limit in conflict because they want freedom, or limitless. So those are a bunch of self-logos pairs, building blocks of understanding and aspects of reality. What we've been reading is, hey, it's not just good enough to have an experience, a near-death experience or a mushroom experience or some sort of other traumatic experience or maybe meditation experience where you've had this experience of the realm of being, knowing yourself as that which is unchanging and permanent. It's not good enough just to have that if you don't understand it. You haven't got there through or prepared through understanding. There are a lot of problems Just like throwing someone in a Formula One race car, there are going to be a lot of problems if you don't understand what it is that you're doing and how to do it well. So another self-logos pair, motion and rest. Everything you've ever seen is either a part or a whole, or a part of a whole. It's always the same as something, but different from something else. It's like something in that it's a thing, but it's unlike it in that it's a different thing. These are all aspects of being. So this is the understanding of the experience. By understanding the parts of the text, we are collecting a series of terms that we can equally apply to being itself. In understanding in understanding the structure that Socrates applied to believers, allowing us to understand believers, we're not just understanding believers, we're understanding as well. What are these pairs? Whole, part, same, different. And what are the ones that aren't pairs that Socrates is using? Ousia. Believers reject ousia. Why did he think about that? Logos, or understanding. Believers have to reject the logos. Why did he use that word? All of these words are the aspects of being itself. These fundamental building blocks of thought that Socrates is artfully navigating through in the conversation with Jesus and in every part of the conversation. We call them the self-logos terms, or the selfers. So, applies to the whole of the text, applies to the part. If we can master these terms and put them into practice, we can be the same as Socrates. If we nail them down and practice them, we could be free or limitless in how we use them in any situation, in this life and beyond. So we've got a set of terms that are ideals or excellences, ousia, self-reflection, logos, goodness or benefit, beauty, justice. These are terms that are being employed in the text and in Socrates' thinking. And also we have the self of pairs. Whole, part, same, different, like, unlike, limit, unlimit, or limitless. And now we've got a new term in that set that I hope you're building a map of or making notes about: motion and rest. Everything you've seen is either in motion or at rest. But you've never seen motion itself, rest itself. See how all of these terms are building blocks of thought and understanding and perception, but you've never ever seen them in the physical world. One of the problems with believers is belief comes from people's opinions in the physical world, about the physical world. Looking in a world of change, where you only see these terms together as relative statements, using that to reach true certainty or true knowledge. It's a flawed pursuit, fundamentally. You never see these things in physical world. So it makes no sense to use belief to guide your development. But the flip side of that is, well, where are they actually? If these are fundamental terms or principles of understanding for every species, and therefore we need to make our human laws align with them. Otherwise, we are not in harmony with the cosmos, and we will blow ourselves up and go extinct. If they're universal, they can't be in the physical world for it to apply universally to the physical world. Which means, great for us, they exist in the realm of being. Which means we are understanding intellectually the divisions of being. Now, it's a oneness, it's an all-at-onceness, but you can intellectually make these distinctions or divisions. That's the logos. That's what we use in understanding. That's what's being used by our author. That's what's being used by Socrates in the whole and each part. So our job is twofold: to use this understanding artfully to free ourselves from our underlying cause or origin of our beliefs, and to perfect our understanding so that we can function with it artfully to benefit ourselves and anyone else. And now you've got another couple of pairs, motion and rest. Add that in there too. And a believer, restlessness. Can never be at rest, can never reach that which is unchanging. Isn't that interesting? Good for us. True knowledge is that which is unchanging in a permanent state. Now, understanding important for removing beliefs, understanding important for making sense of our insights, whether they be in mushrooms or near-death experiences or anything else, but also important for understanding dreams. And that's where we are. So we are all benefited now because we can understand the Abrahamic religions. We don't have to be in conflict with them. We can understand their desire for conflict is because that's the nature of their soul. They're in conflict between the self-logos terms. Or if our soul is essentially mind itself functioning in body, then they are in a conflict of the fundamental aspects of mind or being. So we can say their state of being itself is in conflict, manifesting in conflict in the world, within themselves. Restlessness. And of course, as they can't create and help anyone, they can only destroy or break and harm people, criticize, hate, beat people up, threaten people, move from twitch to kick. The evil, not evil, destructive, the ignorant version, embracing the terrible side of humanity. Therefore, that destruction and conflict they will take as a substitute from the actual feeling of what it means to be knowing. True knowledge. And of course, it will never satisfy because it's not real. And you have to constantly create conflict or constantly bully or constantly break stuff or constantly antagonize so you have a feeling that you're part of the group. We are the, as an example relevant to Twitch, we are the Hassan haters. We go to other Twitch streamers and say, we hate you, yes we do, we hate you, yes we do. And then we use the same insult because self-reflection and independent thought is needed for creativity. Can't do that, you can't be a maker. So imitation, we all say that you're a X. And we repeat it, ha 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 ha. So we can feel like each other and the same as each other, in hopes that will alleviate our feelings of being estranged or different in the world. And in hopes that by attacking others, we'll get a feeling of knowing or certainty that will alleviate our fear and guilt of having problems. Notice, not actually finding the sameness, that's understanding and knowledge. Not actually solving our problems and removing our whatever guilt we might be carrying. That again is understanding and ousia. It's a false promise. Never works. Always restless, always in conflict. But we can understand it. And do our best to ourselves exemplify understanding, which apparently does have a state of mind. There is a state of mind associated with understanding. That's interesting. And there is a way of functioning through it to help people find the cause of their beliefs and help people find the cause of their existence or their purpose. Escape fate and find our true destiny, the purpose for all living beings. So, if there's a state of mind and a functioning, then we can say there's a way of being where we are doing our jobs in harmony with ourselves, in harmony with the universe, which also follows the principles of the Logos. So by aligning ourselves into a way of being and a state of mind of understanding, we are harmonizing our soul or our mind with the mind or the soul of the cosmos. And in that way, we overcome our problems by addressing all those that pull us out, the false beliefs from childhood, but also by aligning our soul with the soul or our mind with the mind, we overcome that estrangement. Not through the promise of blowing up the world so Jesus comes back, or so Moses comes back, or whatever the fuck, or the Heaven's Gate spaceship comes back. No. We alleviate our feeling of separateness. To use Alan Watts' quote, a soul lonely and afraid in a world I never made. We overcome that feeling of separateness and estrangement by becoming one with the state of mind and the way of being of reality itself. And we can all play that game, and no one has to die, or be tortured, or be starved. So we're looking for, as we read, not just the parts of understanding, so collecting that self a list. I'm not writing it on a board because I don't want to take away your game, your quest. Anyone watching this, I recommend getting a pad or a pad and pen, or a program, a notepad program. There'd be one on your computer, or you can get a cool one like Obsidian and start making some notes. These self-logos pairs, these self-logos singles, we see logos, beauty, goodness, justice, some balloons, and there might even be a triad in there as well, because one of the things that we have been seeing coming up time and time again in the text, in what we're here to do, and in the thinking of Socrates is the mean analogy. So is there a set of 3 terms that represent the mean analogy? That's a puzzle. I don't think we've got that yet. Although we've been talking a lot about understanding analogies, and probably dreams will start talking about that as well. That is, the stories that we read, can we take each of the terms and find the logos equivalent? Shepherd is to the king, as his sheepdog is to what? His tent is to what? The castle? The sheep is to the people? So that's finding the analogy, expanding it out, and moving to a higher meaning. That's called an anagogic, or upward moving. Anagogic is a cool word. I recommend you learn it and you impress your friends over coffee. Well, this conversation about the new Batman movie is pretty interesting, but let me take this conversation in an anagogic movement, if you please. And your friend will be like, wow, you're so smart. I don't even know what anagogic means. I want to have your babies. Well, of course you do. Because you might even say, I'm an anagogic soul. See how impressive that sounds? Don't you want to have my babies hearing me say that? Impress your friends, use the word anagogic. That means to move from the lesser to the greater. Via analogy. And obviously, if you want to share this with your friends, like share your understanding, rip the tag off my shirt, then you might want to make your own analogies and use them in your art. So that people who want to meet you, match your mind, they can find those analogies, expand them out, and find those connections. So, we can wonder about how analogy fits into our set of terms because we are looking for the parts of understanding. But as the text gave us a new puzzle, there seems to be a state of mind associated with being someone at that cognitive stage. That would be the whole. What are the parts of understanding? And what is it to feel it as a whole, as a state of mind or a way of being? So, those are some new questions that have come to birth. Let's carry them along with us as we continue to read. Also Jesus said, the many out there are seeking only to be entertained and not taught. That's interesting. But here we go. It's my philosophy is the love of wisdom, because we seek this. It's beautiful. The state of mind that we're seeking and knowing ourselves as reality is beautiful. And we're all attracted to beauty, are we not? Here's the difference. The seeker tries to understand why the experience of beauty itself is this penultimate or second last. But also it's still a necessary fundamental insight, because you gain the experience of justice and goodness at the core of reality. So having that experience confirms that we live in a just and good cosmos. So long as we also understand that. And that's needed for principles or ethics, morality, and the paradigm needed for any spiritual or political leader in the new way, in the new age. Otherwise, you can't have principles, you won't know what is justice, you won't know what is good, and you'll be carrying simply the beliefs, which we all see is the cause of problems. But Socrates is also saying, hey, look, learning to understand our dreams is important, but also sharing your understanding with others. Yeah. Oh. Right, the condemnation of ousia and logos has a lasting effect even if you leave the group. It's the way of the mystic. Different ways of expressing the majesty of divine luminosity are called ideas. We're also seeing that they are the building blocks for understanding. So if you want to master understanding, we can nail that down. So, by the way, if we're nailing down our understanding by finding what are the parts we use, the self-logos pairs and the self-logos excellences, and maybe a mysterious triad needed for analogy. And not only are we able to have these kinds of great conversations, but if we do have that luminosity experience, we'll have everything in our back pocket to recognize what we're seeing. Because the building blocks of understanding are the aspects or divisions of being. So it's a preparation for having that experience. The rational approach to surfacing blocks to that experience is midwifery as well. That's interesting. Understanding is awesome in and of itself, but also we can see now, we can understand more why it's a preparation and training for that experience. You see the whole and all of the parts, and you are the same as it. But there must be some difference in it to be knowing itself as itself, and so on. Questioning everyone to reflect on their beliefs and what are they using to care for their soul. We have unsuspected blocking beliefs. That's the cause of our ignorance. Questions guided by truth becomes dialogues. I dialogue with people willing to enter into the search for truth. And everyone listening in can benefit because our problems are all finite and have a basic theme. Here we go. The rational approach pursuit to truth is open to everyone. The idea of having conversations, it's not just for you. Becoming a mean analogy, sharing with the best people out there, your vision and your understanding of that vision. Here we go. The willingness to engage in dialogues that seek for the truth of one's vision turns upon itself and perfects it. So not only nailing down the parts and recognizing the whole, the state of mind, SOM, SOM, and the way of being, WOB, way of being, of understanding, but practicing it, sharing it in dialogues with people who are also seeking truth. The willingness to share in an encounter with someone else who is willing to share their most fundamental vision naturally challenges your own as it does theirs, at least to the extent they are willing to participate with you in a review of their views. Are you willing to share what you think? Honestly, your own vision and your own understanding of it. Are you willing to share them in a question and answer format? Are you willing to even follow the structure of these pairs of self-logos with reference to excellence? How does it reach ousia? How does it reach understanding? How does it benefit or reach goodness? Because it's that kind of conversation that allows your vision, your mind, to turn upon itself in reflecting on your own vision, mind reflecting on mind, with understanding, which are the divisions of mind. That's the perfection. That's interesting. So we want to keep an eye open for that state of mind within ourselves to perfect our own state of understanding, SOM and WOB of understanding, but also look for SOMs and WOBs out there, so that we can perfect our own SOM and WOB in dialogue with them. This perfection is the perfection of understanding towards an unfolding of a deeper truth. And although truth is itself elusive, it's always worth the effort to draw her out. I test myself and anyone I meet who is willing to engage with me in the discovery of what we truly understand about ourselves and this reality we engage in. So I'm interested in ideas about life and death, divine and human, wisdom and ignorance, who Tom Cruise is dating. No, that last one wasn't in there. Interesting, because these are all things that are universal, that can be answered in an unchanging way, that are principles that you can use to guide your soul and guide society. but also a kind of learning you can take with you beyond this lifetime. And these ideas you're drawn to, and these are the ones perfected in exploring with others. It's a two-person game. In other words,
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure. The adventure, the quest of man. The archetype of the hero's journey. Okay, and we can have a name for a rationally seeking culture. Those are the Hellenes. That's the way of being we want to become more like again. It's for the whole of man, not just a part. And you can actually have the real. So it actually is a sob and wob understanding. And there is a feeling of knowing everything all at once. But believers who seek to have that in by a belief can only do it by crushing people, insulting, ganging up, threatening immigrants, hating women, all the incels and MAGAs and Zionists and you name it, they are all believers in a group. So you have to sacrifice something you love. Remember, you have to limit yourself in some way to be a member of the group. Only talk to someone, only go to certain chat rooms, only make certain insults, only hate women or whatever, or don't only love men or something. Kill non-believers. Yup. Go on crusades. Oh. Struggle to convert someone. We won't pick on you if you become a member of our tribe. Our negative, conflicted, restless, sadistic way of being. Why is it sadistic? Because this destruction, insulting, crushing what people love or what you love, killing people, trying to convert people, is a feeling of something else that you can link to the feeling of belief to know that you believe. So it's sadistic because this negative action, the breakers, becomes a surrogate for actual wisdom. They seek it. Someone in chat said you can feel the bloodlust of zombies because they're zombies. There's a limited thing a zombie can say. Brains, brains, brains. Just like there's a limit of what you can say within a belief group. There's a certain way of being that's destructive. I need to eat all the brains. Convert people. Turn you into a zombie. Limited functioning. I can only eat brains. I can't do math. I can't have fun playing music or playing sport or playing video games. Just eat brains. So that sadistic destruction for creating conflict, fights. Who's our next target? Who's our next target? Is it Hamas? Is everything that we don't like Hamas? Is everything we don't like woke? Is everything we don't like anti-Semitic? Is everything that we don't like heretics, heathens, infidels, goyim? What's our word? What's our word for our target to inflict conflict on people other than us? And we love it. That's the sadistic part. To seek or enjoy that destruction because as they are bound by beliefs which are in principle destructive and are savage and the cause of problems, to seek or enjoy that as a mark of knowing is sadism. Why is cruelty the point for billionaires and right-wing politicians and all these tyrants that get in charge? And they could help people. Why do they seek to? Oh, by the way, are any of them lovers of understanding? Or are they all bound by beliefs, family beliefs, Abrahamic religious beliefs, political beliefs, not understanding? There you go. There's your answer. They're restless in their belief because true knowledge is not from the world of appearances and beliefs. It's a unchanging, permanent state. Good for us, because we can recognize it and maybe we can hold on to it and use it as a principle and paradigm in everything we do in this life and beyond. Okay, now we're up to here. Dreams. That sound means time for new reading. Socrates comes in. Let me move this down here. Soc. You are... Whoops. Jesus. Let's go from here. It is very likely that the whole of man is involved in this quest, not merely a part. The problem with belief systems is that they do not stand alone. By that I mean that if one has a belief or has faith in something, then one needs an accompanying feeling or state of mind, that attends it in order to feel secure in that belief. Sacrifice something you love. Kill non-believers. Go on crusades. Struggle to convert someone else. Feel something else and then link that feeling to the belief, and then you know you believe. So, understanding, knowing, and insight systems stand apart from such efforts to feel certainty over what has been reached. Interesting. So it's not a certainty that is the state of mind of understanding, knowing, and insight. Maybe that relates back to what we've been talking about with philosophical openness, being stung, curious, open, empty cup. Speaking of cups, cheers. Try and get comfy in my chair. Understanding has its own state of mind that we're now on a hunt for as we continue to read. And it is known for what it is. Those who seek to gain the certainty of knowing through understanding seek the state of knowing in a transient arena that is incomplete, and so they are always restless in their belief. So, we better not mistake the appearance of group leaders who insist on belief, be they parents or priests or imams or any sort of kings or clergy. But let's not mistake that for what it means to be seeking knowledge through understanding. Because true knowledge is that which is an unchanging, permanent state. Can't get comfortable here. Maybe it's the pitch of the... Move forward a little bit. How's that? It's a little bit better. Let's try this. Yes, Socrates, while knowledge culminates the spiritual quest, there are those who only caught a glimpse of its mystery through, yet pronounce loudly their fragment to the world. These are the ones who came to the mystery after some accident or traumatic event or mushroom experience without the preparation of philosophy. Remember those Christian books written by that kid who had a near-death experience and then claimed that Jesus spoke to him and said all this stuff, and then later they went on like Oprah and all of the right-wing media networks proclaiming loudly his experience as the whole of wisdom. But then it turned out that I think the whole thing was made up by the dad. Anyway. Surely, as you know, there are some here who experience a glimpse of death and dying, NDE, and share with others their newfound knowledge. I have a deep interest in learning what these people have experienced and what they have concluded about it, for they came to this experience without preparation or training. You are correct there, Jesus. Equally, I should add, Plato praises the need to understand dreams. He stresses their importance. However, he does so without sharing insights into the way to reach the meaning of dreams. Therefore, what's the promise? What's the quest in this game we're on now? Fill out what Plato left behind. Can we find in this text a way of understanding the meaning of our dreams? In the age I live, people had a profound interest in dreams. The consequence of the failure to understand dreams was clear to the Hellenes. In Homer, we can see that Agamemnon's failure to understand the dream Zeus sent to him is a measure of that failure. There is a consequence to the failure of understanding our dreams, and that was known in the Hellenic culture. Plato acknowledges that it is through dreams that one can gain knowledge of one's present and past. Put that in there. And insight into one's future. Worth finding out? Once the spiritual door has been opened, many powers become available to one. Do you want to gain knowledge of your present and your past? Do you want insights into the future? Do you want to gain many powers? Those who know about the Tibetan practice of thumos can easily see the parallels in Plato's description of me having the ability to withstand severe cold. Right, thumos, for those who are not familiar, belly breathing. Deep belly breathing. Maybe that's how I should be sitting, in fact. Breathing from like the diaphragm or below the navel can generate inner heat, and has been said to be a connection between physical and spiritual energy. So I guess by directing your psyche or spirit to breathing from this area, you can generate physical heat needed to withstand the cold. So in the symposium, as we've just started to read, there's a description of Socrates going on hikes with the army in the snow without shoes on. Wow.
The more holes, the better.
Not relevant, Emma. But also, if there is such a connection, can it be used in the other way? Can you be engaged in some sort of physical practice and transfer that physical energy or heat into psychic energy to bring your soul together as it's described in the Phaedo and separate from the physical body? If so, can we add that to our earlier discussion about love and loving relationships and the significance of love and logos together, and the expression of loving relationships with such a beautiful soul as a path for your own spiritual, or for both people's spiritual enlightenment towards a same. So the third member of the relationship, you, your beloved, and the ideal that you both seek. Otherwise, both people will try and make the others, convert them to their beliefs without addressing your pathologos and without having that third model of wisdom, self-excellence as the guide. Then you'll just be a believer. trying to make the other person like your mummy or daddy, like your model of knowing. And that's why, again, conflict, restlessness within relationships. But on the other side, if there is this Tibetan practice of thumos being described about Socrates, which is psychic energy by how you direct your breathing that can generate physical heat, is there a movement the other way that you can have in the fun activities lovers like to engage in that can move physical energy in the other direction? Something that we can wonder about as we read. Those who know Socrates, those who know about the Tibetan practice of thumo can see the parallels in Plato's description of me having the ability to withstand severe cold. He mentions my standing, meditating in one spot for 24 hours, as well as speaking of my prophetic powers, like the oracle. The way Diotima is said to have prophetic powers, Socrates' female teacher, taught him about love. While he reports on these spiritual abilities and brings one to reflect on them, we do not find that Plato describes these practices from his own experience. So we're starting to see the disconnect between Mr. Socrates and Plato. Oh, not that button. There is, says Jesus, a clear gap between teacher and student, and it may be that the student should wait until he has equaled his teacher before writing about his teacher's spiritual life. You may have shared such secrets, but for reasons Plato alone knows, he chose to keep them secret. Yeah, and we do see that there are some letters that Plato wrote, and he talks about keeping something secret. Yes, that is true, just as you say, Jesus. Plato showed me confronting sophists and bringing them to task, but not unfolding these sacred mysteries of philosophy. Only certain kinds of conversations Plato wrote about. Then Socrates, says Jesus, could you say what else Plato ignored that was most central to your way of being and your philosophy? Good question, Jesus. Yes. Then I should add that Plato knew I often said that my companion in life was my inner spiritual voice. Big deal. As we've been reading in these Platonic texts, the inner spiritual voice, or the daemon, is key. We've even seen in our reading, there is a louder inner voice that reflects the conflict of our beliefs, keeping alive our external conflicts or problems until we reflect on the origin and cause of our beliefs through philosophical midwifery. That negative voice, our inner critic, some people call it in modern times, kaka daemon, bad daemon. Daemon, good daemon. There was a companion. It was my inner spiritual voice, and it kept me on the path of wisdom. If we all have one, how important is it for us to learn what we need from the kaka daemon and silence it and learn to listen to this one, if it keeps us on the path of wisdom. Plato did not share how a man can cultivate his own sacred inner voice. Well, here we are just saying how important it is, and then Socrates drops this hammer on our heads. Plato didn't tell you how to do it. Sucks to be you, people in 2025. Sucks to be you. No, that's not in the text. He did not share. Most men live with many different voices screaming one thing or another. Hey, we're just talking about that. Much like those voices that bounce off the walls of the cave. Here again is that old saying that any master can help many without being able to make another master like himself. What? Just as masters of any art know far more than can be taught to another. Have you heard this old saying? I am not familiar with this old saying. What is it? Any master can help many, starting off nice, without being able to make another master like himself. Any master can help many without being able to make another a master like himself. Just as masters of any art know far more than can be taught to another. I haven't heard this saying before, but makes sense. Yeah, help a lot of people. I guess the similar would be a doctor can heal a lot of patients without necessarily making other people good doctors. I don't know. Socrates continues. Future sages will always find a way to add meaning to that inexhaustible mystery about our being. And some may confront something unique to their age that needs to emerge because of the uniqueness of the age itself. Equally, there may be something unique about a master who is not capable of being imitated or taught. All right, so same and difference. We can all become sages, possibly, but there might be something different about our age, unique to our age. Maybe something that we all need to see about Zionists and about Trump and about capitalism. Or hey, maybe the Jews needed to see something in the Holocaust. Maybe the Germans did too. Maybe we need to see something about what happens if we don't fully resolve problems. Did we beat the Nazis? Not really. They surrendered. Do we have a Nazi problem now in MAGA? Have the Jews imitated the Nazi way of being because they didn't reflect on understand its causes and problems? Is that something of our age? Are we living in an age where we are seeing the significance of A, not properly, fully solving problems? Is that our justice system? Is that our education system? Are we seeing in our age the significance of not demanding a mastery of a paradigm of universal truth of the Logos for every spiritual and political leader? Are we to see something about the internet in our age? And there's also something unique about a master that is not capable of being imitated and taught. I guess you see that in comedy. Some people are just naturally funny in certain ways that you can't imitate. Or charming. Or the handsomest boy. No, I won't say that. But this is interesting, right? Same and different. Like and unlike. Yes, Socrates, I see the same as you. The urge among many Christian believers to imitate me is as noble as it is good, since there are many interpreters, there are many models to imitate. of course, the main one, Paul, imitating the sadism of that weirdo freak show. Modern Christians. How does one choose his model? Some choose wise and some choose foolish models, but there is likely to be none that can reproduce my own way of being. Those with many needs, Jesus, always choose the most vital for themselves, without regard for what may be best for themselves or others. So yes, in missing what is essential, they created a gap. Ooh. Others can follow them. Others that follow them call it a mystery. It is the same with my Plato, for where he mentions the two profoundly exalted states, the good itself and the penultimate luminous light of being, which is also called the idea of the good, he offers no insight into the passageway from the one to the other. I sneezed. So the good to the idea of the good, to the ultimate, to the penultimate. And whenever we say penultimate, we have a drink of coffee or whiskey. It's just coffee. Which represents that ratio that we got from Socrates that puts in one expression the nature of philosophy. Suns in our universe is to the brilliant light of being, as the brilliant light of being is to the good itself. But Plato offers no insight into the passageway from the idea of the good to the good itself. He also describes the way the way to gain the vision of beauty, and then stresses the need to emerge from that state and seek the kind of human excellence, banger sentence, that would make one immortal and the friend of the gods. Wowzers. So, as we've started, it might be a while until we get back to the symposium, because this banger is a book. This book is a banger. But here he's saying, here's another thing that Plato fell short on. He describes that, like we said, in a loving relationship, or as our soul pursues beauty at different levels, following the way of Diotima of Mantinea, the female master of the Logos, who was Socrates' teacher. Plato describes reaching the ultimate beauty, the penultimate, and the need, of course, as we have on each stage, to add Logos to it to develop an excellence. And he calls, hey, it's from that experience of beauty itself that you can emerge to create true human excellence that will make you immortal. That's worth wondering about. Make you immortal. Make you immortal. Make you immortal.
We're gonna engage in this. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
Okay, go ahead.
The problem is that you can't.
Okay, none of those random sound drops were relevant. So I'll say it again. Make you immortal. Wow. That one I can always count on. And a friend of the gods. Woof. Immortal. Now, friend of the gods is interesting because in the Phaedo he said, hey, by the way, after you finish your work here and escape from the chains of human problems and suffering, and also the prison of physical reincarnation, meet me where I'm at, because I'm going on a better adventure with better men than you find here, with fellow travelers and guides that include men who've done their work, cleared up their bollocks. You're not going to meet a MAGA in this journey. Daemons who have been guides for people, and gods. Fellow travelers and guides. In other words, friends. So, Socrates says at the end, hey, of the Phaedo, if you're a philosopher, you probably want to race as fast as you can to meet me where I'm going. And it might be that what is required is this kind of human excellence that makes you immortal and a friend of the gods. But Plato doesn't describe that part. He stopped there, didn't he? At the vision of beauty itself. Surely sharing the meaning of these things could have benefited some, like you watching this. Not the many who only want entertainment. Oh, I give you entertainment. Look how funny this is.
The more holes, the better.
That's Emma from the Majority Report saying the more holes the better. That's hilarious. And we get some spam. Go away, spam from chat. Every single episode. So couldn't it have benefited you? Did our commentators reach their own limits? And so could say no more than they did. So the people who talked about Jesus and Socrates reached their limit. Jesus. It leaves me to wonder if the fullest flowering of Plato's view of your own teaching and practice can bring to birth the kind of excellence that truly brings you to be a friend of the divine and immortal, if any man is. So that's the quote. So Jesus seems to know the symposium, because the quote is, a friend to the divine and immortal, if any man ever is. I wonder if the fullest flowering of Plato's view of your own teaching and practice can bring to birth the kind of excellence that fully brings you to be a friend of the divine and bring to birth, teaching and practice that brings to birth. Friend of the divine and immortal if any man is. Teaching and practice. The whole and the part. The state of mind, the som, and the way of being, the wob of understanding that utilizes the parts, but finding some good people to talk to about it. The practice. I know you put much into the study of dreams and visions, but in truth, I have learned this way is not without its dangers. What? Plato is incomplete, and that makes him an interpreter, whose vision, while beautifully stated, was flawed and incomplete. Plato's view of Socrates is not complete. And there are also some dangers in the study of dreams and visions. That's interesting. Now, from my own personal experience, and of course, as we're seeing, every person has their own experience, their own uniqueness, their own difference. While we can all be the same as being masters of the Logos, lovers of Dianoia, Philo-Dianoia. From my own experience, one danger is the reason why I'm so interested in this book, and that I've stopped all the other books we've started as well. That is, the desire to engage in this way with people, to benefit everyone, and maybe benefit the world, is one of the dangers. Because one of the distinguishing factors of being a believer is a fear and often hatred of understanding, rationality, and mind itself. As I said in the text, a fear of a rational way of being and a rational way of approaching the divine experience. And as we said, hey, what's the mark of being a believer? Crushing others. The more children you can genocide, the better the Zionist Jew you are. The more poor people you can starve, the better billionaire. The more you can screw over your workers, the better CEO you are. Cruelty is the point for belief-based thinkers. And as we're at that stage of our development where we're transitioning from caveman, savage, zombie-brained, belief-based thinkers into sages, enlightened, immortals, and friends of the divine as ever anyone could be, fulfilling not only our purpose as a species on planet Earth, but maybe moving into a role in a greater role in our whole universe or cosmos. As we're in that transition point, there aren't a lot of lovers of understanding out there. So the danger is, how do you do good in a world where we're taught to fear and hate good, and the destruction of good things is a mark of what it means to be a good tribe member? In other words, they killed Socrates. Or as Plato said to the Black Panthers in the 60s, you're challenging the racist white man's way of being, making you a hated target in America. That continues to this day, sadly. But I'm a philosopher. I challenge everyone's belief-based way of being. At least you guys have each other. I'm the most hated man in America. But fortunately, he lived till he was about like 98 or 99 years old. And he was able to, all the things that Plato left, Pierre Grimes was able to pick up. Dream analysis, midwifery, writing these kinds of books. They're the big three. Understanding of Thumos. He was also a Buddhist guru. So we are very fortunate that we had someone like Pierre Grimes. And that also means he somehow learnt to navigate the negative human responses to the best way of being. And so one of the potential promises of this book is, and I've been saying this a lot, and I'm going to keep saying it because it's so important, maybe one of the dangers, but can be solved by this book if we can recognize all of the different human responses to rationality and a new way of being, so that we can artfully navigate them in a way that helps the person, doesn't get them to defend their beliefs and become a more loyal bad person, presents a beautiful invitation, makes it attractive and entertaining to have this better som and wob way of being, state of mind, and also avoids any dangers we might have in doing our best to share what is best to share. So that's why it's one of the reasons why I'm so, we're getting a lot already, but that might be an example of a potential danger. I don't know, but we can wonder, what does the book say that this way is not without its dangers? Okay, so while Plato was able to present a beautiful vision, it was flawed and incomplete. Now here comes our friend, the chorus, the group of haters. Come on, haters, what do you have to say? Give us your negativity. Did you come from some kick streamers channel and you're invading my chat with your fear of the mind, your desire to hate and crush, to show you're a loyal believer, your hate of your own self-reflection, creativity, and understanding? Let's hear it. Let's hear his haters from the kick stream. Chorus. The roots of folly are now celebrated by a fool. Now, by the way, no hater like if you find people who are lovers of understanding on Twitch or YouTube or wherever, yeah, they attract the flies from group-based streamers, belief-based imitators of knowledge. I guarantee you will never find a comment this well articulated or creative or unique. In other words, we're presenting a steelman argument. We're adding all of the intelligence that is usually lacking from these haters in groups, belief-based groups. In other words, this chorus is as far as they will ever get if they suddenly got magical powers of understanding, but don't remove their beliefs. Anyway, let's hear it. Let's hear how good they can be. The roots of folly are now celebrated by a fool and preached to the blind. See, that's not a bad insight. If you had a hater like that, you'd be like, oh, well, at least you're creative. At least there's some thought into your hateful response. You're not just imitating the same. You're Hamas. You're awoke. The same thing that all of the Joe Rogan sphere comedians just repeat the same one punchline. My pronouns are screw you, or I think they only have the one joke. Not very intelligent. Because belief-based groups reject intelligence, Logos and Usia, so. The roots of folly are now celebrated by a fool and preached to the blind. Gaining insights into reality from dreams is not just absurd, it's totally and completely ludicrous. Belief in dreams make fools of us all. Dreams are impossible to understand because they're leftover debris from our past. There is no ultimate anything, ultimate cloaks, ultimate fictions. Phooey is ultimate when it comes out of the mouths of philosophers. Don't talk about mind. There is no such thing. Only a brain buzzing around impressions of things. Words without physical referent are empty sounds screaming into the wind. That's the booze. Now, really steelmanning, like, so we're here. You can't understand dreams. I mean, I've been trying to tell people how important dreams are for a very, very long time. And this is what I get most of the time. Some people are polite and they don't say it out loud. I don't want to understand my dreams. If you had my dreams, you wouldn't want to understand them. Ha ha ha. I'm crazy. My dreams scare me. I don't want to understand those. What are you talking about? I just said every dream is a profound message to help you in your journey, overcoming problems and reaching your purpose. Not mine. Mine are crazy. But really behind their thinking is this. Dreams are impossible to understand. By the way, they're thinking, see how the chorus is thinking in terms of belief. Belief in dreams. We haven't said belief in dreams, we said specifically understanding dreams, which requires understanding, both its parts and its way of being as a whole. Not belief. It's not an Oprah book club dream interpretation thing from Dr. Phil. That's garbage. It's not Jungian interpretation, it's understanding. Dreams are impossible to understand because they're leftover debris from the past. That's a big one. It's just your brain trying to make sense of your stuff that happened in your day. That's all. There is no ultimate anything. That's a big thing as well. Why go on the quest to know ultimate truth or our ultimate purpose? There is no ultimate. Everything is just relative to opinions and perspective. Therefore, force yours on others and then your team wins. Okay, don't talk about the mind. Yeah, that's the underlying feeling. There is no such thing. There is no the mind, just a mind or individual minds. And there's only a brain buzzing around. So we're just random synapses firing. We're just random serotonin and dopamine squirting. That's all dreams are. That's all the mind is. There is no ultimate mind. There is no real mind. It's just a brain. And if you believe in dreams, you're a crazy man. There's just the brain buzzing around impressions of things. Words without physical referent are empty sounds screaming into the wind. That's key because what we've been seeing is all of the best words have no physical referent. It can be an adjective. Beautiful dog, beautiful painting, beautiful streamer.
Wow!
Beauty itself, justice itself. Whole and part, same and different, like and unlike. Rest and motion, new one. They're aspects of being. So believers have to reject being because they reject being, they reject mind, they reject irrationality, they reject understanding, they reject self-reflection. Being is ultimate ousia or self-reflection, and understanding derives from it. So they're believers. So anti-chorus, can you own them? Now, if there is anybody who wants to make clips or YouTube shorts or TikToks or Instagrams to promote this channel or promote this way of being, using the chorus and anti-chorus might be a good idea because one of the internet metas at the moment is owning. Ben Shapiro owned by this guy. Joe Rogan owned by this guy. MAGA leftist. I heard that this morning. MAGA, right-wing MAGA, destroyed by comedian. Owned, destroyed. All of these right-wing comics. You killed, you murdered. They're all language of belief. The excellence of belief is murdering everyone who are not believer, crushing everyone's enjoyment or highest being. It's all, again, every accusation is a confession. The language that we use to make sense of what we think is the highest, especially these kinds of comedians, are all belief. They're all negative. They're all sadistic. Interesting. Anyway, you can make a short or whatever and have the chorus owned. Anti-ultimate, anti-understanding dreams. Doofuses owned by anti-chorus. Let's see if the anti-chorus owns them. Here they are. There's the one in red. Chorus, anti-chorus, white and red. And Jesus says, stop messing around. And I say, and Socrates says, hey, read the book. And I say, no, I want to play with my chorus and anti-chorus. La 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 la. And Socrates says, get back to reading. Okay. Anti-chorus. Instead of shouting meaningless phrases, why don't you see if you can learn what you believe is impossible? Listen to yourself and ask where your shouts come from. What propels your own nonsense? Fear of the mind drives your absurdities. Owned! Wicked owned!
Wow.
Okay, good. I find that.
Wicked own. Fear of the mind drives your own absurdities. Quiet down and listen. Put your fear of being fooled aside. Of losing, of getting owned. The fool fears his being a fool, and that keeps him foolish. There we go. The doofuses fear getting owned, and that keeps him from learning anything new. Fear fools his being a fool, and that keeps him foolish. Whereas we've been saying, hey, the whole idea is to miss the mark, is to get it wrong, in order to surface the puzzles that can illuminate our unsuspected beliefs. We don't know we have certain beliefs about ourselves. That's why it's a zombie virus. It has us. So we want to make mistakes and encourage making mistakes as we go for our highest goals and excellence, especially the SOM and WOB of understanding, so we can solve the puzzle that we're here to solve. What must be the underlying false belief about yourself and reality you've identified with that manifests, that you can only see by tracing its effects? You can only see by having problems. If these are the problems, what can we conclude through understanding must be the false belief? Understand that and you're free. You've done your job. Whereas the fool fears his being a fool because these believers are just looking for some fucking excuse to crush people, to show they're a good believer. So all of the stupidest Americans have joined ICE. Oh, I caught you making a mistake. Being in America while brown. Now I can beat you up and genocide you and turn you to a concentration camp and be a big, strong, tough guy. Now I'm a believer like my dad. That's the game. It's as simple as that. That's the whole way of being of ICE. And Nazis. And Zionists. And on and on and on and on and on. All the way back to the cave. So, fear of the mind drives your absurdities, haters. Put your fear of being fooled aside. The fool fears his being a fool, and that keeps him foolish. Jesus. I find what you are saying is far from being obvious, Socrates, yet it has the ring of truth up to it. That's the thing. Like, when I got started, it wasn't obvious hearing this stuff, but it did feel like it had the ring of truth. It was like I kind of knew it, even though it was not yet obvious. I had to learn to read. And often the smartest people are the ones that find it harder to learn, because they're fantastic students to the worst teachers. And group-based teachers, every single human being who has had a parent or parental figure, learns to fear learning at some level. Now, of course, different families and different cultures sometimes embrace kinds of learning up until a point. Some cultures, like Japanese cultures, being academic is encouraged. Australian culture, no fucking way. So, it's far from being obvious, yet has a ring of truth to it. However, the implications of all you say, are echoing through my mind. You are saying man's problems, all of them, are the effect of an induced ignorance. That can be emptied of its duplicity. Man's problems are induced ignorance and can be solved. This ignorance, you are saying, can be directly studied and dispelled through exploratory dialogues. Dispelled and studied on problems and dreams. There we go. Midwifery and dream analysis. Human problems are an induced ignorance to do with beliefs. can be emptied of its falseness, can be studied and dispelled through exploratory dialogues on our problems. Again, we want problems. It's not an excuse to inflict suffering from toe-headed and fucking morons. Nope. We want problems to explore it through dialogues. Problems and dreams. So you have not only been busy confronting people who manifest their problems, but also drawing them into exploring their inner life of dreams. So confronting people who manifest their problems, part of it. Hey, why do you have a fear of the mind? Why do you seek to break and not make? Why are you imitating the same insults from others? What was so convincing about this person? Who did this to you when you were young? But also, hey, what dreams have you been having, pal? Most curious it is. I'd like to hear more about how you understand the structure of dreams. Hooray! I think I might need one of those gaming chairs. I got a ergonomically adjustable chair from Officeworks, but I can't sit still for very long. And I want to keep sitting so I can read about the structure of dreams. Now on this channel we've done a couple of dream talks, but it's just been me doing, because it's not a big channel yet. It's going to be super big soon. Twitch at the time of recording has started removing all the bots. So once the bots get removed, I think my numbers will go up significantly. I can't explain why. It's a feeling I have. So until then, I've only been doing dream analysis on my own dreams, which is kind of limiting. Because there is no text on it yet, we haven't been able to systematically go through it and develop a complete understanding the way we've been doing other books. So it's kind of just a bit scattershot at the moment. But because dreams are so important, I thought, well, I'm going to throw a few dream analysis episodes up there on the YouTube, and you can check them out. Even though it's a bit scattershot, I tried my best to link what we were learning about the dialectic in other texts. So if this is true for philosophy, how can we use it in dreams? If this is true for midwifery, how can we use it in dreams? But yeah, I think the idea is for us to write the book. So fantastic that that Jesus is asking us to understand the structure of dreams. Right. Yes, the problems one acts out in one's life are the subject of one's dreams. I gotta remember that line the next time someone says, you do dream analysis? You don't want to listen to my dreams. They're crazy. No, the problems one acts out in one's life are the subjects of one's dreams. Although they'll probably just say, not mine. I'm a crazy person. I'm so weird. So maybe I need to find more quotes. Behind every problem is a false belief. Oh my God. How many books have been written? Hundreds of thousands, millions, hundreds of millions of people trying to get to the essence of human problems. Not just non-fiction books, but stories, fiction books, artists exploring the condition of man. Why do we have problems? All sorts of film genres, book genres. artistic depictions. How much and for how long has human beings been creating art or literature or studies to try and get to the nature of human problems? Here we have, in this absolute banger of all bangers, one sentence that answers that problem, that answers that question. Do you see how good this book is? Do you see? Do you see how good this book is? Can you see it? Tell me you see it too. One sentence. Shall we read it again? I got halfway through before I freaked out at how amazing and profound and significant and beautiful and meaningful this one sentence is. Banger. Behind every problem is a false belief of the self and the nature of our reality.
Wow!
Exactly. Oh, thanks for the follow on YouTube. Wow, indeed.
What?
No, not what, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Wow.
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 Wow. Thank you, Owen Wilson. Wow. Behind every problem is a false belief of the self and nature of reality. Now, for us, having gone through this book, it has a little bit more weight because we've nailed down an understanding of what it means to be a believer, the significance of the believer, the history behind Christianity, a common belief, the sameness in all Abrahamic beliefs. And we've been wondering also about the beliefs of the pathologos, and the more that you've been going along with our philosophical midwifery book reading, the more you can understand that. But even just from this book, we've seen a lot about beliefs. Abrahamic versus Hellenic, Jesus versus Socrates, causing problems, conflict, genocide, and solving problems, conflict, and reaching excellence. Disconnection and disharmony, harmony and unity. That's the difference. Caveman, evolved human beings, man the thinker, Homo sapiens. Savages, sages, zombies, and Leon Kennedys, and Claire Redfields. We've seen a lot, and here it is in one sentence. Behind every problem is a false belief of the self and the nature of reality. So, got a problem with Palestinians? Well, behind every problem is a false belief of self and nature of reality. Let's create the ultimate condition so we can reflect on our false beliefs about the nature of self and reality. Instead of, genocide. Got a problems with crime? Let's reflect on the false beliefs of the self and reality behind our crime problems. But no prisons? How will I make money off prisoners? Got a problem with the other culture? Well, let's create the ideal conditions where all human beings' needs are met most effectively, rationally, sustainably, using all technology, not hoarded but shared with everyone, and all resources, not hoarded by a few fucking billionaire, disgusting fascist hoarders and thieves, but sharing all resources and all technology to most sustainably, renewably, efficiently meet all human needs and create the conditions for self-reflection on the nature of self and reality and our beliefs about it. Instead of spending all that time and energy and money on creating, let me check my notes, nuclear fucking bombs. Hundreds of millions of firearms. Let me just check the next page. AI drone explosives. Would it make a difference? To everyone's life? To our world? To our species? To whether or not our species survives in this cosmos? If we don't harmonize with the laws of reality, what the fuck kind of short-sighted, baby mush-brained ignorance would make you think human beings can survive if our laws are in opposition to the laws of the universe? What kind of stupid, arrogant ignorance would make that conclusion? We're going to answer. Beliefs. Yeah. Have you seen the crazy belief-based cults out there? Not just worshipping Nazi billionaires like the tech bros, or the most cartoonishly ignorant and criminal people like Donald Trump with the MAGAs, but there are all sorts of weirdo cults out there. They get believers. Heaven's Gate was one. Scientology is another. Don't sue me. So, banger of a sentence. Let's keep reading. The problems one acts out in one's life are the subjects of one's dreams, and behind every problem is a false belief of the self and the nature of our reality. Put that on a bumper sticker. Sell it on Etsy, give me 10%. Please. With the surfacing of the roots of these false beliefs, they fall away. Wow! Therefore, we know what problems are and we know how to solve them. Simply surface the roots of those false beliefs and their problems fall away. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. The roots of the most vivacious problems, or the minor irritations one ignores, are always our having been deceived into believing something false. So all of the reading what we've been doing, go away, get off the screen. Time for me to talk. All of what we've been reading carefully, we've been reviewing, we've been pulling out terms, we've been arranging lists, we've been drawing all these wonderful pictures on the board. Look at all these pictures. We've been applying it to our own lives. Look at all this stuff here. We've been answering questions. Is the pathologos the same class as Abrahamic beliefs? And therefore, to answer the question, is beliefs okay for some and understanding just for a few? These are questions from our chatters. We've explored the divided line from a little bit from the Republic. We've encouraged chatters to risk what they've been learning and do stuff. Like put it into action in whatever way they come up with. The plus and negative of the human experience. All of this, reading and reviewing and organizing and applying to our real life experiences, sharing it with chat. Chatters are sharing their experiences with us. All of it, from all of that, we have come to a working hypothesis, carrying our questions in our question sack in our inventory, carrying our hypothesis in our if sack, if it's the case. It's not knowing, it's if. And one of those hypotheses is our simple purpose is to move from belief-based thinking to understanding. That's it. It's a cognitive jump. That's it. That's what we're here for. And here we have, carrying that hypothesis, confirmation. This is part of reading. You get confirmation sometimes, like from the daemon. the roots of even our most vivacious problems. You know, genocides and wealth inequality and capitalism and fascism and all that shit. Or even the minor irritations that you can just ignore, are always, put it in pink, our having been deceived into something false. Believing. Not only are our causes of problems belief, our most vivacious problems and also minor irritations, all belief. So back to our question, is belief okay for some? Nope. Because it's the cause of all problems, big to small. But also we've been deceived. So we've added another wrinkle into our hypothesis in our question. What do you mean we've been deceived? Didn't I just choose to join MAGA? Didn't I choose to be a Zionist Jew? Did I choose to have a bit of back pain that I can ignore? It's just a minor irritation. What's the deception? Because we need to find the roots of our false beliefs so they fall away. And it seems like part of the root of our false belief is some sort of deception behind it all. In other words, why would we knowingly choose to seek what goes against our good? By definition, the good is what we all seek. You don't eat a bad sandwich. You eat a good sandwich. There's no conditions for choosing to eat the bad sandwich. I mean, you can, maybe you've eaten something else and you want to throw it up, but again, you will still think it's some good that comes out of it. And this for anything. Therefore, there's some deception behind it. Socrates. Ignorance is not a natural product of life. What another banger. Oh my God, this whole paragraph. It is always the result of having been persuaded of something false. Ignorance is learned.
Wow. What? Wow. Wow.
Since its source is always in a false idea of the self. Okay. So we've got a couple of things on the table here. First, we've understood all human problems. So, you know, that's neat. We've understood how to solve human problems. Find the roots of those false beliefs and not fall away. You know, that's also pretty neat. But also we have to understand that all problems it applies to, from our most vivacious to the minor ones, minor irritations, but it's not a natural product. We have been deceived. We've been persuaded because ignorance is learned, since its source is always in a false idea of the self. Now, we've seen that false beliefs are themselves a false belief of the self and the nature of reality, but the source that we need to find, the roots that we need to find, is having been deceived, and the source of that deception is itself in a false idea of the self. What does that mean? Because it sounds like the conclusion is a false belief about the self, but its source of being tricked is a false idea of the self. So there's a similarity here. The conclusion is false about the self and reality, but its source of the deception is a false idea of the self. They've got a belief versus an idea. Okay. We're on the verge of a big breakthrough, maybe. How's my coffee? Cheers. Anyone watching? Cheers to you. Jesus comes in. How did these ideas come to you? They have the ring of truth about them. What sages from your past experience fashioned them with such penetrating skill? Now, we are learning as we go. Does this sound true? Is there something that resonates? There is a ring of truth. There is a glow or a ring or a feeling or an intuition of truth about them, even though we haven't yet nailed them down in our own understanding. Practice them with the dialogues with the best people that we can find, and also verified our understanding in our direct experience of reality yet. I mean, maybe you have. Please join the Discord and share how you had that experience with the rest of us so we can all benefit. But for most of us, we haven't got there yet, and yet it's something true. We feel it. It makes sense in a way. It's obvious to him. He just says it so obvious that look how much we had to highlight the whole goddamn paragraph. That's what happens when it's obvious. It's just obvious. You can just say it and it sounds brilliant. Feels true, doesn't it? Anyway, so Jesus asks, well, what sages from your past experience fashioned these insights, these ideas with such penetrating skill? How did you get to be so smart? I got it from my mama. No, definitely not. The opposite. How'd you get to be so smart and awesome? Says Jesus to Sock. Now, if you are watching along with this, then hopefully this will be a problem you have. Hopefully you're having fun and you're doing all this stuff. And did they really have this conversation? You mean, did Jesus and Socrates really have this conversation in heaven? I would like to think that they did. Hard to say. Hard to say. I would think maybe. But we can wonder about it. And if you're able to, through the development of your own understanding, experience the realm of being, seriously, look around, see if you can find these souls and ask them, have you guys talked? And please join the Discord and tell us what you find out. And if you do, you'll probably want to hear the next paragraph, because hopefully one day you'll have this problem with everyone saying, how did you get to be so brilliant? What sages from your past experience fashioned these ideas? And I expect everyone who follows along with the channel will probably have this problem. Oh my god, another person asking me how I got to be so awesome. If I had $1, that's you. Soon. What does Socrates answer with? As my mother was a midwife who assisted women in the delivery of their child, so am I called a midwife. Here's the origin of this term, philosophical midwifery. Because I assist men who are pregnant with unsuspected false ideas. Now, men, of course, means humans. Homer is our sage, who taught us that even the worst among us can become as enlightened as it's possible to be. Goes back to even the most vivacious problems. You can turn yourself around in this quest. He showed us that the roots of the pattern that dominated Achilles' ruinous wrath was learned from his surrogate mother, Lord Phoenix. So Achilles was able to uncover this false way of being. We've been talking about the new way of being for us in the new age, the new WOB. That he learned. So Achilles was able to uncover this false way of being that he learned, and he freed himself from its bonds to become the sage he became. So, Socrates learned and practiced the art of midwifery, and he learned it from Homer, who was himself a sage. And that's the story of Achilles. And thankfully, we have the story of the Iliad, the story of Achilles, translated by the great translator Juan Balboa. So all of the terms that brings this to light, we can see for ourselves. I'm not sure if that PDF of the Iliad from Juan Balboa is online. Maybe it is. But maybe one day on the channel we'll go through that. The story in mythology of even the worst person, Achilles, with his worst problem, his ruinous wrath. And he wasn't just some dude who was angry. He was the best fighter, half god, kicked everyone's ass. The worst jerk you could imagine. Did dream analysis and philosophical midwifery, realized that it was learnt from his surrogate mother, Lord Phoenix, uncovered his false way of being, and freed himself from the bonds to become the sage he became. Hooray for Achilles. Jesus. From what I've heard, was it not through the goddess Athena and Thetis that Achilles was able to break through what held him in the grip of his own folly? Achilles had to separate himself from both goddesses and turn upon his own life. Through that self-examination, he was able to free himself from the false beliefs about himself, break the family curse, break the family tradition, break the cycles of ignorance and violence. Challenge your first teachers who were grifters because we were conned, deceived into this way of being that gets us to reject our own self way of being. Jesus. You Hellenes fight fierce wars to defend these ideas that you have, and so do the followers of Abraham. But your wars are fought for human concerns, while those wars of the followers of Abraham follow the dictates of God. So the three big ones that are currently ruling the world, Christianity, Islam, Muslims, Judaism, the Jews, have a root. Abraham, same root, same dude. So followers of Abraham, or children of Abraham, you can call them. And the wars are not, you can't actually prove that it's good to fight a war, like when the Americans killed like 1 million innocent Iraq people. It's like George Bush said, oh no, Jesus told me to do it. But how will that help? Oh, it's not supposed to help. We're not actually defending any ideas. We are just doing what God tells us to do. So, fucking stupid. God told me to tell you to kill those people. What are the Zionists saying? Oh yeah, God told us that we can starve all those Palestinian children to death. What does Trump say to his followers? Oh yeah, God picked me to be ruler. Have you seen my NFTs? Look, it's me as a spaceman. There's me and Jesus kissing. See? Appealing to that state of cognitive function called belief. Doesn't have to be rational. Beliefs are not about truth. It's about rejecting truth and conflict. The cause of all of our problems, from our worst to our most minor. And it's free. We are able to free ourselves from them so long as we reflect on them with understanding to find its root. Its root. In chat, I hate it when people like that use religion to justify their hateful actions. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Oh, but I believe this. Well, that doesn't affect me. My parents were different from you. Muslim parents have Muslim kids and Jewish parents have Jewish kids. I don't know where your religious beliefs come from, but you better find the roots of it because beliefs are wrong. Understanding. You need to understand how to fix your engine. You need to understand how to fix the toaster. Doctors need to understand the human body. Not one doctor has ever said, well, I don't understand the body, but I have these strong religious beliefs. No, you'd lose your medical license today. But somehow kings and clergy get a free pass, can reject understanding, which is true and universal and about principles that are always and can benefit everyone. That's understanding. The quest of man is to perfect our understanding. And we love it. Philodianoia, love of understanding is the new way of being. But yeah, justifying your horrible actions because, oh, I believe it. That's a nothing. Why are you beating your kid? Oh, I believe it. Literally, that's the thing. My daddy did it to me and I believe him. So we've got to challenge our earliest teachers, and that's what Achilles did. He reflected on his parents, Achilles and these goddesses, reflected on their way of being, and he freed himself from it by uncovering his false way of being that he was deceived into by his parents. This is for everyone. There are no human beings without this. So it's not a blame game. We encourage people to join this game of reflection upon oneself to free ourselves from all of our problems. It's fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder?
We have childlike wonder, dude. Self-examination. Right. So, followers of Abraham follow the dictates of God, says Jesus. Socrates. Yes, but the war against Troy was different, since Homer tells us that the war was designed by Zeus so that we could learn about the nature of man. The lesson of that war was to show how the worst of men, Achilles, could turn about and become a godlike hero among us. It was through that learning that we have become superior to those ignorant of these teachings. So this is for everyone. What's that noise mean? There's a noise. Someone followed or subscribed or something. Where's... Oh, thank you. I love the botoi. Thank you. I love the botoi. Thank you for following. Now, this is important because in our current age, we're told by believers that it's bad to say that some people are superior. Hey, who's to say what's right and wrong? No discussing politics and religion, because anything is anything. Hey, if Netanyahu says that he's chosen by God to kill children, who are we to say? If those Scientologists say blah blah blah, if the Christians say women are the cause of sin, who's to say? Bollocks! Would you say everyone can run at the same speed? Or is Usain Bolt a superior athlete to you? It's not a bad thing, it's just a thing you can learn from Usain Bolt. So too, Socrates is saying, Hellenic way of being, those who embrace the more evolved state of humanity understanding can solve problems, A, and reach excellence that fucking cultures who do not have understanding in their tradition, believers, religious people, Abrahamics, MAGA, Zionists, Nazis don't have, therefore understanding is superior, and ways of being that we need in our new age if we want to survive will be superior than those ignorant of their teachings. Through what learning? Through learning of Achilles. How did Achilles, the worst person, become the best? That if Achilles can do it, then everyone can do it. There's no excuses. Therefore, in the hero's journey, there's a call to an adventure. The owl says to Harry Potter, "You're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry." The C-3PO says to Luke Skywalker, "You're a Jedi, Harry." What's another call to adventure? Gandalf says to Frodo, "You're a hobbit, Harry." Call to adventure. This is our call to adventure. If Achilles can do it, so can you. You can't do it if you can't judge better and worse. Being a sexist is just as good as... No, it's not. Come on. I'm just as good a runner as Usain Bolt. No, you're not. Call to adventure. It's doable. You can become superior to what you were before. This is important because the current state of the Democrats are those who have left MAGA, left belief-based thinking that rejects understanding and self-reflection, but have not picked up understanding and reflection, so they don't make generalized statements. They can't make universal judgments. They don't know the nature of the patterns of the logos of reality, and they can't make laws according to it. Therefore, they can't harmonize. But we can. See? We can. And it's fun.
I'm looking for someone to share in
Share an adventure, Harry. Jesus. Was your Achilles bathed in that divine luminosity that transfigures those who experience it? Did Achilles reach that same state that I had reached? So, remember, there's that divine luminosity experience talked about Jesus had in the story of Mark? Yes! Yes! Yes, Homer describes him as he stood on the moat before his final battle with the Trojans, and the goddess Athena opened him up to that experience of the golden cloud wrapped around him that made his body blaze with a radiance that lit up the sky. All right, so in the story of Achilles, that is what, thousands of years old, even studied by the true philosophers of the Hellenics. There was an experience on the battlefield with the Trojans. Goddess Athena opened him up. Oh, this book is called Socrates and Jesus, A Dialogue in Heaven. You can order it online. It was the last published book before the death of the great sage Dr. Pierre Grimes. And you can find a link to the PDF below. It's a banger. It's a banger. And we've been reading for about, 15 episodes. There's a link to the YouTube channel below, and you can find the previous episodes and you can watch them at your own leisure. And if you want to join the Discord, you'll get a notification when we go live. If you want to do that too. So, the goddess Athena opened him up to that golden cloud wrapped around him that made his body blaze with a radiance that lit up the sky. Couple of puzzles. Number one, why a female goddess? Why is wisdom experience related to a female goddess? Question 2, is it to do with it being an all-at-once thing? Question 3, what did he have to do? Did he cause it, or did he have to prepare himself and it was given to him? And number 4, the most important question, golden cloud wrapped around him that made his body blaze with radiance that lit up the sky. The most cultured viewers among us might immediately be thinking, hang on a second. That sounds a lot like this. Golden cloud wrapped around him, made his body blaze, that lit up the sky. Here's another one. Here's another one. Whoops. For those listening, I don't know if anyone just listens and doesn't watch, I'm pointing to pictures of Luffy in Gear 5 with a golden cloud wrapped around him in a way that lights up the sky. Luffy. That's Luffy. Luffy's Achilles. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. Which is, of course, his awakened state of his devil fruit. The awakened state. Here is Achilles getting his awakened state, which is, again, for all of us. It's not for a part of us. For all of us. Jesus continues, beautiful it must have been, and I can see that the divine has brought him to that divine oneness. Which is an example of, I don't know if the writers of One Piece have read the Iliad and if they read the Balboa translation, but if you did, you could make your art a mythology, using as analogy and metaphor and drama a story that tells of man's quest to reach this experience by reflecting on the cause of problems, which is reflecting on our beliefs about oneself and reality. There was a fundamental deception in our childhood. Now, my friend Socrates, would you say that then that Achilles overcame his sin that was common to all mankind? This is the thing. Jesus' reference for understanding human problems is the word sin. We haven't said that. We've been saying ignorance, or a deception from childhood, or being a fantastic student to a terrible early teacher. Not blame, it's not sin, you're not innately evil. That's garbage. That's just looking for an excuse to inflict suffering or being a sadist, which is the mark of knowing for believers. Why is cruelty the point? Why do they only break and not make? Why aren't billionaires feeding people? Why do they have to blow everyone up? Why are our justice system just about making people suffer more? There is nothing that can coexist with that state other than itself. Okay, so you want to go Gear 5? Part of this book being a banger is we've just been given a little bit more insight in what it means to be awakened. For no extra charge. Nothing can coexist in that state other than itself. There is no need to introduce the idea of sin, of evil, of Satan to explain man's problems. That is another banger. Just bangers all the way through this book. Banger after banger. She bangs, followed by the next song. The next song on the album, Bang Bang My Baby Shot Me Down by Nancy Sinatra and Cher, followed by the next song, Bang a Gong by T-Rex, followed by the next song, Bang Bang by Green Day and Jessie J, followed by Bang Your Head by Quiet Riot, and then She Bangs the Drums by Stone Roses. All bangers in this album. That's this book. All bangers. Actually, I used to play Bang Bang, My Baby Shot Me Down. I've forgotten about that song. I might learn that again today. It's a cool one. All bangers. There is no need, Jesus, you idiot, not in the book, to introduce the idea of sin, evil, or Satan to explain man's problems. To punish for believing something false never changes the belief. Say it again. To punish for believing something false, if everything we do is seeking the good and our problems is being convinced of a false belief of what's good and true and real, and punishing someone for believing something false never changes the belief. Tell it to all the cops, tell it to all the judges, tell it to all the lawyers, tell it to all the economists who have to punish the poor people, punish the Palestinians, punish the non-believers. Bull fucking shit. Punishing someone for believing something false never changes the belief. In the chat, Socrates just keeps aura farming. That means, for those who are not hip like we are in this chat, that means just getting cooler and cooler, generating more coolness, more aura about you. Socrates just keeps going from Luffy at Gear 5 to like Luffy Gear 6 and 7. There isn't a Gear 6 and 7. There is for Socrates in this book, because this book is just full of bangers. How important is it to tell every position of person in our society that punishing someone for believing something false, Americans who killed all the Iraqis, claiming it was a religious war, Zionists and Jewish Zionists who are killing all the Palestinians, rich bastards starving and taking away all our food and housing from all the working class. Punishing someone for believing something false does not change the belief. And all problems, big and small, are caused by a false belief. And you want to solve problems? Be like Achilles. Back to Socrates. Where are you? Come back. Come back, Socrates. Oh no, I'm on the wrong page. That's why they're not here. Come back. Here you are. There is nothing that can exist in that state other than itself. And there is no need to introduce the idea of sin, evil, or Satan to explain man's problems. To punish for believing something false never changes the belief. A God that punishes is no God at all. Put that on a bumper sticker. Drive around. Red states. Man's true goal is to see. Here we go. Did I mention it's full of bangers? Man's true goal. What? You mean the meaning of life? Man's true goal? I didn't know you could know the meaning of life. Bangers all the way through, just bangers. Man's true goal is to see that his problems spring from nothing else than having taken the appearance of truth of what appears so noble. Let's start highlighting crap already. And true as if it was what is real and true. Man's true goal is to see that his problems spring from nothing else. Then, having taken the appearance of a truth of what appears noble and true. Appearance again. Noble and true. As if it was. As if it is. As if it is. a likeness, a false analogy. The root of man's problems is a false analogy. The appearance of truth. Appearance of noble and true. How big and strong and knowing and loving was mummy or daddy when they passed on the family teaching? Let me tell you, son, never trust women. Let me tell you, daughter, men are actually better in our Muslim tradition. Let me tell you, Jew, we are the chosen people, and those Palestinians are actually... How knowing did they appear? Man's true goal, the meaning of life, is to see his problems spring from nothing else, not evil, not sin, not the devil. Then having taken the appearance of truth, what appears to be noble and true, as if it were as if it is real and true. In other words, here is the quote for your fridge magnet. The appearance of virtue masks every act of vice.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow. The appearance of virtue masks every act of vice. Every bully, every thug, that bloodlust, that Joker smile when someone's about to hurt someone or insult someone or imitate some jabroni from some group with some figurehead marked by hate or difference or belief, when they go into another chat room and they're about to criticize or insult, that feeling of being justified, of it being noble and true what you're doing. By the way, belief can't help. Belief can't make. You can't make a car with a belief about how cars work. You need to understand. You can't build your own computer unless you understand how it works. You can't program a game unless you understand programming. Understanding can make things. Belief can only break things. The appearance of being justified in harming or creating conflict or genociding or trying to convert people to belief, or all of those things that believers act out because belief doesn't have a feeling and they have to borrow a feeling by creating conflict which matches the internal conflict they have within themselves, because they know at some level their beliefs are false, they've been tricked, it's not actually true, and accepting the limitations of being in this group. I'm a believer, so I can only do this. Limitation versus sense of freedom that would come if they didn't. Internal conflict and restlessness, because you can never reach knowing through belief. They're two different cognitive functions, different levels of gears, for using the Luffy analogy. You can't do Gear 5 stuff in Gear 1. Super Saiyan level 4 stuff, you can't do that in Super Saiyan level 1 stuff. Behind it all is an appearance of virtue that masks every vice, and behind that, the cause of this, feeling justified, sadism. Learning to feel justified and enjoying the breaking, insulting, being a hater, being a bully, being a thug, being a Nazi, being a MAGA. Learning that sadism, behind that is being tricked about what's true and noble by the appearance. Deception. All human problems are caused by a false belief. All beliefs can be solved when you address with understanding its cause, source, or origin. And that origin has at its root deception. Or in other words, taking the appearance as the real. Therefore, It's the appearance of virtue that masks every act of vice.
Wow.
Jesus, you state your beliefs with simplicity and power, Socrates. And that I admire. If not sin, then must there not be a counterforce that helps overcome this tragic dimension of everyday life? Your philosophy stresses the role of the mind, turning reflectively upon itself to uncover false beliefs of the self. The mind, turning reflectively upon itself, what we call ousia, to uncover false beliefs of the self as the primary force opposing the illustrations, the false beliefs of the self as the primary force opposing the illusions and delusions of mankind. Illusions and delusions of mankind. Now that seems like a banger metal album title. Could not the counterforce or negativity have an evil source rather than good? Interesting question. Makes sense from Jesus' upbringing. Good versus evil. Not beliefs versus understanding, or ignorance versus knowledge, or actually not even a verse. The appearance of good versus actual good. It's not even a verse. It's just a deception. We all are good in that we all seek good. So it's not even an us versus them thing. But we can understand, because we are familiar with Abrahamic traditions, that their explanation of human problems, the devil, we have to beat the devil, right? Kill all the Iraqis, kill all the heathens. Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. We used to sing at church. So he's trying to make sense of the counterforce of goodness being evil. So we can understand his question. In the chat, breaking the cycle is so important. 3 exclamation marks. Agreed. Unfortunately, hatred can be taught to us as little kids. You're on the ball. But it's why, as we get older, it's important to change our views. Well said. My soundboard is random, so you've got a few people clapping. That's important. So we can conclude from that we all have a moral and ethical obligation to reflect on those unsuspected false beliefs that we thought as true and noble, to overcome the source of our own cycles of injustice, or family curse, if you want to look at mythology, like Achilles. The activity of reflecting on to find the root cause of our problems, internal problems. We beat ourselves up as we beat others up. That activity is called philosophical midwifery. We read it on the channel, so you can check that out there. I haven't found a PDF on that book, but you can buy it. Philosophical Midwifery, a new paradigm of understanding human problems. And we've got like 90 episodes or something on it. I've taken a pause from reading that because we just started this book and I can't get enough. But normally we read this philosophy and midwifery. And Socrates just gave us an explanation of where the term midwifery came from. His mum. Not delivering women of babies, but all human beings from false beliefs. So yeah, well said. And Jesus wants to know if there's a opposing negative force. Okay, interesting question, Jesus. Is there a counterforce or a negativity that has an evil source rather than a good? What does Socrates have to say about that? Your question goes to the heart of our difference, Jesus. Would you not also include in your question the possibility that even though they may rid themselves of false beliefs of the self, they do not know if they have been deceived and may still be subject to evil forces? Yes, that must be answered by you, must it not? We both know the divine luminosity, that divine transfiguration experience. I chose to follow the model of Abraham. See? This was our hypothesis from earlier, and it's paying off. While you turned to philosophy, there's a difference. Not just having the experience. What do you do with it? How do you understand it? How do you make sense of it? But which of us can say that one is better or higher than the other? Notice, which of us? It's a question about who. Philosophy isn't about who, it's for everyone. About what? Wisdom does not follow from that experience, or else we would both pursue the same cause. In other words, if having the experience of enlightenment, the divine luminosity of pure being, makes you wise, then they wouldn't have had two completely different reactions. They would have both been wise. They would have both pursued the same cause, either of their false beliefs about reality, or about the cause of that divine luminosity. Therefore, wisdom ain't an experience. And of course, if you are a scholarly gentleman like myself, and you are familiar with the works of anime, you will know that that's an archetype or a trope. Both Goku and Naruto had a pervy sage. A sage, someone who has had that experience but has not addressed his problems. So not truly a sage. Wisdom does not follow from that experience, or else we would have both pursued the same cause. Socrates, I see here that we differ, for there can be nothing higher than the experience of the divine, for that experience is the presence of the very nature of God. Yes, it does raise a question, and I am pleased we can discuss it here, in heaven, while I love the bout and Jesus. Did you have to pick that name? Listen on. As we said, everyone can benefit from these kinds of reflections on truth of our highest vision and understanding. Even people with weirdo usernames. Let me put a few questions to you, Jesus. First, would you say that everything has a cause? Surely as the sun rises each morning, so too this can be said forever. Each thing is the effect of a cause, and the cause springs from that higher cause, does it not, Socrates? And would you say even that experience of the sun shining upon us has a cause? Or would not everything and every experience have a cause? So, what are we seeing? We're seeing two people in dialogue about their highest vision, literally. Only one has the art that we are learning to master here. That might even be the reason we're here all together as human beings, to master the art of philodianoia, understanding, the dialectic. One is using his art of the dialectic, not to attack or own someone in a debate, but to guide the other person's reflection through questions in a friendly way. Not nice or polite where we pretend that there is no good and bad. No, none of that shit. Just honest. Gentle even. Friendly. Guided reflection upon causes through questions. We're seeing where we're heading. We're getting a glimpse into our future. If we stay on this task, stay on this quest. Here is a Jedi Master. We are all young Jedis. And would not that be the discussion that would not this be the discussion that would unfold between a master of the dialectic and someone who's had an experience like this, but without understanding it, he's had a lasting effect of negativity on humanity? Now, not the whole of the blame rests on his shoulders. Of course, there's Paul, which is much worse, but nevertheless, we're seeing somebody go through it. Just as, where we are in our reading, episode 97, I think, of Midwifery, we are reviewing somebody going through a similar dialectic, not on their highest vision, but on the cause of their problems. Chapter 5 in the Midwifery book, we're at subject B, going through his talk about the lawnmower. And even before that, his mum with the map in the car with dad. Same art. One on our highest vision and one on our problems. That's the game. Even the experience of the sun shining upon us, does that have a cause? Would not everything and every experience have a cause? Again, yes to that, says Jesus. Then that experience of divine luminosity, what we also call the most brilliant light of being, must also have a cause. Now that is a strange conclusion. Even if it follows, there is still nothing higher than the experience. Can we map? What does he do? Let's see if we can map so we can do it ourselves. Does everything have a cause? Principle. Sure. Okay. From a principle to an example or a demonstration. Definition to demonstration. Here's an example. Even the sun. Something had to cause that, right? Definition, demonstration, division. Now, can we apply that definition and example or demonstration to a specific instant that we are interested in? A relevant example here. So therefore, the divine luminosity must have a cause. And then a conclusion. Even the greatest experience of the brilliant light of being must have a state of enlightenment beyond even that, beyond even experience. Making the divine luminosity penultimate. That fancy word that we use to impress our friends. How'd you go in that video game tournament? Oh, I came second. You mean to say you were the penultimate? And your friend would go, wow, that's a fancy word. You're the smartest and coolest boy I've ever seen. That would make you the penultimate coolest. Wow, you did it again. Good thing I watched the Awakening Philosophy stream and I learned the word penultimate. See? Penultimate. Second last. Following the 4 categories of the dialectic: definition, demonstration, division, conclusion. Or does everything have a cause? Can we give a demonstration of that? Self itself, self to others. That demonstration, that self to others, can that demonstration we apply to another other? The one relevant to our conversation? And then from that, can we come to, from these two others, can we synthesize that synthesis into a final conclusion that we can apply back to what we were talking about originally? Therefore, penultimate, or there's a cause beyond even divine luminosity. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a nice way of talking to your friends? Is this the exact opposite of that bullshit we see on YouTube? 20 fascists versus 1 news reporter. 20 MAGA sexist versus 1 feminist. That kind of shit, where people don't follow a structure, don't ask questions, don't bring the other person along, don't come to understanding and mutual insight, but they just yell their beliefs at each other and become more entrenched in the same ignorant beliefs they had to begin with because they've had to defend them. And now we see that that's kind of the game, because belief doesn't have a feeling, that feeling of conflict or opposition with another person in debate, they take as a feeling of what it means to be a good believer. While insight can have a feeling and understanding has a feeling or a state of mind. It feels kind of good. And this experience that it leads to doesn't just feel kind of good, it is the highest feeling. Bliss. And why we read earlier, Socrates says, hey, when you reach there, recognize it's not the ultimate, but the penultimate. Do not dwell in the isles of the blessed. Do not just withdraw from society and stay in that state of pure being. Help others, pass the teaching along, and go beyond even that to its cause. Worth repeating. Now that's a strange conclusion, says Jeeves. And even if it follows, there is still nothing higher than the experience. If a cause is always higher and has a greater status than its effect, then the cause of that luminosity must be greater and more profound. Again, is it not the presence of God in that experience? Is not the presence of God in that experience a manifestation of God, not the God itself? So here we have an example of the dialectic in one, not together, but in one statement. So we can even see it in the parts and the whole. So, so let's have a look at this single paragraph. If the cause is always higher and has a greater status than its effect, principle, definition, then the cause of that luminosity must be greater and more profound. Conclusion. A demonstration. Here's an example of that. Again, is not the presence of God in that experience a manifestation of the God itself? So, definition, example, and here's another definition and demonstration. This is the application of that principle, and here's another division. Wouldn't you say also? Wouldn't you apply this definition? Cause has a greater status and a higher and greater status, giving us the demonstration that we're after. The luminosity the cause of the luminosity must be greater and more profound. You're not quite following? Well, here's the next stage down, division. this, and this. If you're not quite there yet, here's another example. Wouldn't you say that the experience is the presence of God? The experience is therefore a manifestation, not the God itself. Right? Even Jesus has that expression, Son of God, or of the nature of God, of the presence of God, offspring of God, Son of God. Not the Son of God, that's Paul. Mark emphasized a, which is in line with Jesus' other teachings that it was a state of mind that you needed understanding to reach. Again, Mark, not Paul. What we have here, what have we here but a puzzle beyond all puzzles? Yes. If you call the highest the self, then I would say that in that experience, it is very clear that it can also be called the self, or, as you philosophers call it, the one. The one or the self, according to Jesus, is the experience. Yes, that is true. It can be called the self. However, Jesus, would you not say that it too must have a cause if it is contained in an experience? And would not what we have said apply to that as well? Even if you call it the self, isn't it still an experience of the self? For if all experience must have a cause, then is it not less than its cause? Did we not agree to that? We agreed that Right. He started with everything has a cause, and now he's saying, hey, by the way, that includes experiences, like the experience of the sun shining. So even the experience of self must have a cause. Did we not agree to that, Jesus? Then that experience of the self can only be called an image of the self, or a manifestation of the self. Now that is more strange to me than anything else you have said, Socrates. Any image of the self must always be less than itself, and the separation and difference between an image and that to which it is an image stands as appearance is to its reality. Since an image of the truth is false, and an image of the divine is only an appearance, and lacks the presence of itself. Wow. The greatest experience, the peak experience in the Jesus story, and the greatest possible experience is still an experience. Not only that, it's false. It's an image. See the significance of understanding? If you can follow this as steps of reason, you won't be fooled like the Taoists who think this is the greatest experience, or Jesus who thought it was in this conversation. Understanding can help you to understand and not be fooled. So we saw that the cause of human problems is from childhood accepting the appearance of truth and nobility as truth, from which we derive an unsuspected false belief about ourselves, That's the cause of every problem, from the greatest to the least, greatest to the leastest. But even this experience is still an appearance. Don't be fooled. It's almost as if learning what it takes to escape being fooled from childhood, taking the appearance as real, in order to free our false beliefs and free us up to this game, is itself a kind of training, so that when we experience the highest experience, we also won't get fooled. Because this is the model of truth and justice and beauty. If anything were to fool us, it would be this. In fact, it's used as a paradigm. It would be used as a paradigm for beautiful creations, just ruling of yourself, just ruling of our societies. That's why it was so important for Plato to emphasize it in the Republic. It's the paradigm of the Logos, the greatest experience of the intelligible, good, beautiful pattern of reality. Justice. And yet, it's not truth. The highest manifestation? Sure. The greatest experience of? Absolutely. The closest appearance possible? Yep. Count that in there too. But is it the self? Is it truth? Remember the analogy? Our physical world and the highest principle of it, the sun, is to the intelligible world and the highest principle of it, the brilliant light of being and its inherent logos, as it is to its cause. In other words, we're only halfway there. I said,
Wow.
wow. Fruit fly. Much follows from what we have said. And caution must be our guide, for you are close to saying that the idea of God is less than the idea of the self. The idea of God must always be separate and beyond any idea man can conceive of. But in being separate, it is remote from mankind, while the idea of self is not remote, but a necessary idea of one's existence. With God, one needs belief, while there is no need for belief about whether or not one has a self. The issue is an old Hellenic one, and that is, if you know thyself, do you know the self as the creator of all, the source of all, and nothing can be said of it that does not diminish its truth? Wow, this is another banger. So, when we talk about the highest that we're after, know thyself, in pink because it's our goal, our highest purpose or destiny of everyone. True destiny, no one else gets to use that word in any other way. The fundamental cause and purpose of everything, from self, through self, to return back to the self. It's different to talk about it as self than it is God. Because while you can say, hey, God is, you can't know God, it's separate and beyond any idea man can think of. The self isn't separate. You can have some crazy idea of God and say, just believe me, dude. But you don't have to believe you have a self. It makes the profound immediate, personal. The most fundamental thing of you, and also that which transcends even the greatest experience. Therefore, talking about it as the one self and not God is a big deal. Don't have to believe it if it's you. Do you need anyone to say, hey, just believe that you are a self? Of course not. Of course I am. What are you talking about? How could I not be? What a strange thing to say. I have to believe you? I don't have to believe anyone. Not only that, if the self is the creator of all, the source of all, then anything else, any other word, any other superlative, even the highest adjectives, would fall short, because it's the cause of those things. So even beauty itself, the highest superlatives, beauty itself, justice itself, the model of everything, what every spiritual leader and politician must look to as the paradigm for every kind of good rulership, had to have been caused by something. Therefore, that's the great mystery. That which transcends all descriptions and experience, but still is so immediate and personal. And there's another word that means that. I can't think of the word. Transcendent and yet I don't know. There's a word that goes there. Immediate, personal, intimate, maybe you could use. There's another word that fits that. So, let's change in this new way of being, the love of understanding that recognizes all problems are not caused by some evil demonic force, but belief. We're going to talk about the ultimate as the self and not God. Were you the author of this teaching about the self? Says Jesus. No, it is ancient. The idea of know thyself was celebrated at the temple of Apollo. My teacher Parmenides laid out his dialectical method to reach truth, and we have the Balboa translation of it even in 2025. You can find a PDF of it. And if you go to the Awakening Philosophy channel, you can see a read-through of it and work through its mysteries together to nail down for yourself this method of reaching truth. The dialectic. You don't just want to go along with what Jed is saying on the board, with these summaries that we've come to together from the puzzles. You might want to find out where this came from. Check out his YouTube playlist of the Parmenides. That's where I learned it, and you can too. It was he, Parmenides laid out his dialectical method to reach truth. It was he who established a rational method of reasoning, so that one can understand the self and the logos.
Wow.
So we have seen that they are different from one another. Yes, and the difference shows itself as being open to exploring the mind, while the other not. The idea of God can be used to shut down the mind and your development and evolution and cause the destruction of humankind. The idea of the self and its rational approach to the dialectic doesn't. Therefore, must be the new way of being in the new age for mankind and for us as individuals. Love of Logos, Phila Dianoia. Jesus, from what you have said about Achilles breaking through his problems, your people have a way to understand man's problems. I think you believe your difference emerges from that kind of understanding. Understanding man's problems. What I find curious is that you go on to attribute the same importance to the study of dreams. But I have not heard from you why or how you came to that strange conclusion. While all people dream, you study what the rest of us ignore. That's why we rock on this channel. Let me make clear what it is that I believe. I mean no offense to you or your people, but most of us would think your reliance upon dreams as a way to understand oneself is far from the truth, since unless they come from the divine, they're just merely leftover fragments reappearing in dreams. Yeah, no joke. As someone who's been practicing dream analysis for many years, I hear that a lot. What you ignore, our people strive to understand. It is through the mind that we can know the mind. And in coming to know the mind, we grasp the need to say to one another that the self is the source of the mind's profundity. So we need to say it to one another. It's not a solo quest. Share it. Tell your friends. Make a bumper sticker. Sell it on Etsy. Give me 10%. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Share it. The self is the source of mind's profundity. Put that in pink. And it can be trusted to guide our spiritual journey. Wow. This matter should not be approached as if it were a debate. Yeah, no joke. Have you seen YouTube? Rather, can you oh, so this is Jesus. This matter should not be approached as if it were a debate. Rather, can you explain why you have come to what you have said about dreams? You reason well, Jesus, so let me set out the relation between dreams and the mind. First, the communications of the mind have that sole purpose. Once it is known that dreams carry these themes, it's not possible to ignore them. These messages in our dreams repeat that theme, that in accepting a fundamentally flawed idea of reality, wow, we suffer terrible consequences. The messages, let me hear that again. The messages in our dreams repeat the theme that in accepting a fundamentally flawed idea of reality, we suffer terrible consequences. Wow. Wow. For to be deceived and ignorant of the meaning of these messages always brings misfortune. No one would consciously choose to believe in the false images of reality if they were shown what is true. So the idea of punishing people, or people being innately bad or evil or nasty or worth killing or enslaving or keeping in poverty or not deserving of the wealth of the billionaires, all that shit doesn't make sense, because no one would consciously choose to believe in what's false. Therefore, we are deceived into a false belief about self and reality, causing all human problems, that is solvable through the movement from belief to understanding, applying the understanding in the dialectical method with dreams guidance to uncover our unsuspected ignorance, delusion, false beliefs, and go through the hero's journey that Achilles went through. Oh yeah, and then use that freedom to understand the truth of self and reality, including the cause of the highest experience. Pretty neat, huh? Good book. How far until the chorus comes in? What's the time? I got some time. I gotta pick up my new guitar pedal from the music shop. I don't want to stop reading. So here you set forth something wondrous and moving. Could you say more about the drama of dreams? I find that very interesting and wonder about the depth that can be present in dreams. Well, the title of today was Dreams and Their Role in Philosophy, so maybe I can keep reading because we're just getting to the juicy stuff. Want to know the drama of dreams? The drama of dreams nearly always presents an image or symbol of the self. There we go. The drama of dreams presents an image or symbol of the self. That is the root cause of our unsuspected problems. And it's the very thing we are literally here on Earth to uncover and address and dissolve. Which may even be why we became human in the first place, to address a false image of the self and reality that prevented our soul's development into higher levels of consciousness and evolution. The drama of the dream captures a vivid presentation of the drama of one's problems. The task is to turn the vision of man around, right? New way of being and all that. Why we need to have all of Asmongold's and Hassan Piker's followers? Because it's a new vision of man. Turning around from what causes our problems, belief-based thinking, group identity, to Usia and Logos, the love of understanding, love and Logos. Right? Send emails to Professor Twitch. The task is to turn the vision of man around from his unsuspected beliefs about himself and reality to the mystery of our existence. There's a mystery. The blindness is called having and being possessed by one's problem. It's a name for it. A problem is a false belief about oneself that is assumed by the believer to be true. The false belief's existence is entirely unsuspected. You don't know you have it. Put it in pink. And it takes on the character of being obviously true. See, one of the difficulties of this thing, people want to be entertained and not taught. Why? Because people think they know what they are. And they know what the world is. I know what I am. I know what we're supposed to do here. Make money, yo. Dollar bills, yo. All that. Everyone has their own ideas. Who's curious, though? Imagine waking up in a video game and not knowing what you're doing, what the goal is, or what you are as a character. That's us. Only some NPC, your parents, come along and say, oh, by the way, here is the answer to these questions, and they're all wrong. But look how noble and beautiful I look. Then you meet another video game character, Socrates. And hey, by the way, that's not the game. In fact, you're playing the game opposite. You're going to cause problems. But it takes on the character as being obviously true. So most human beings say, get out of here, you crazy bastard. What do you know? What's all this Socrates stuff? Get on out of here, you mug. What they say? All other parents were NPCs, of course, but not mine. All other religions are nuts, but not mine. Everyone else is ignorant because they're all different than mine. Everyone else's opinions and beliefs are different from mine, but not mine. Get out of here. Socrates. These false beliefs were concluded from an early life experience when the child experienced a sense of openness and freedom as they violated the boundaries of the family clan identity.
Wow!
So this was our working hypothesis. Everything we've been learning about the nature of Abrahamic traditions, can we equally apply it to the Pathologos? In that we have to accept a limitation. We're not free. And what he's saying here is not only do you accept a limitation, it was when you were violating the boundaries of that limitation, freedom and openness. That's when the family clan, group identity, way of being was established or was insisted upon. Become a breaker and not a maker. Which is interesting because we've been talking about the need to share this, but also to look for people who are open, generous, and love understanding. But it's when we were open and free that our pathologos were insisted upon us unjustly through the appearance of virtue. Maybe that's why it's so hard to find such people out there to talk to. But if you do come across someone, maybe sharing that understanding could be a very persuasive way of saying, this is why I can see you are rare. You are a rare bird. This is why. I do need you, my love. This is why. Necessary in the quest to know ourselves, to progress through the stages of true love, to know beauty itself, and go from that penultimate state to true excellence, fulfill our purpose, and explore the highest reaches of self and reality, and discover the mystery of our existence. That can only be done with someone open, generous, and interested in understanding. But it's when we were in that exact openness and freedom that our human pathologos was instilled. Therefore, super rare and special and, I don't know, beautiful, magical, important. And no one else will see that to the level that I can. Or something along those lines, right? But yeah, important. These false beliefs were concluded from an early life experience when the child exhibited a sense of freedom and openness as they violated the boundaries of the family clan identity. For the child to accept the false as true requires the parental figures to appear as knowing, caring, and sincere. For without it, it would not have been believed. Ooh. That red's not that good. Blue's worse. I'm running out of colors. Let's go orange again. The appearance of virtue. Within dreams, there are high and low states of mind. So, we've already got drama. There's a drama of the dreams and captures a vivid representation of the drama of our problems, number one. The dreams also presents an image or symbol of the self that's the root cause of our problems, number two. And this is where it comes from. And also balloons. Number three, in dreams there are high and low states of mind. So we're learning the language of dreams, which was said to be very, very important earlier in the book. The high and profound states of mind are most often ignored or dismissed by dreamers. However, if they can be dwelt upon and explored with skill, it is possible for the dreamer to realize the depth and profound nature of these states of mind. First issue. We do not see or value or recognize certain states of mind that are very profound. It requires dream analysis to point to it, to explore it with skill. And then they can revisit those states of mind and realize its depth and profound nature. Therefore, you may have had many enlightenment experiences, but without understanding. Just like you've had many dreams, but without going through dream analysis. You may have had many reincarnations before this life, but without dream analysis, forget them. Now, while some people can recall past lives, I don't think it's necessary. We have what we need to solve our problems here. So, I did raise this with Pierre once. Is it necessary to explore past lives to find the root causes of... No. By addressing your pathologos here, you have what you need to address all of those things. Your problem. Your puzzle. That we are captured by. What is it? There's a name for it. We put it in green, I think. Was it captured? To be captured by? Let me find it. Capture. Here we go. The mode of existence that within themselves they are in conflict as long as this persists, as long as they are captured by a belief. That's too far back. Okay, the word wasn't captured. Let's try belief. What is it? All right, let's find called. It can be called a midwife, called the self, image of the self. Here we go. 60 in page 69. Nice. Page 69 has the name of what it is to be in a problem. This blindness. Okay, the drama of dreams presents. Oh, it was in the paragraph we were just reading. I went all the way back. Drama of dreams presents an image or symbol of the self that is the root cause of our unsuspected problems. The drama of the dreams captures a vivid representation of the drama of our problems. So the cause and the drama, or the definition and the demonstration. The image or symbol of the self and its drama. Definition, demonstration. The task is to turn the vision of man around from his which is, of course, the dialectic. And if you want to nail that down for yourself, you can read the opening to the Parmenides along with me in the YouTube playlist, where we find where this comes from. The task is to turn the vision of man through dreams around from his unsuspected beliefs about himself and reality to the mystery of our existence, with special rare people who are open and curious and love understanding. Rare especially because that's when our limits were imposed upon us as children. It takes a special class of people to rise above the many who seek entertainment, to go beyond that, to also seek learning. Unsuspected beliefs about himself and reality to the mystery of our existence. This blindness is called having and being possessed by one's problem. The problem is a false belief about oneself that is assumed to be true. Yeah, it was the same paragraph. All right, keep reading. Within dreams, there are high and low states of mind. The high and profound states of mind are most often ignored or dismissed by dreamers. However, I was talking about that because as examples of things we forget if we don't value their significance. We forget in these enlightenment states or high states in dreams. We forget dreams themselves unless we value their significance. We have forgotten our past lives, but I was saying, by the way, your problem that you have and are possessed by, so it's a zombie virus, it has you can't help but brains, contains what you need to solve your problem, so it's not necessary to explore past lives, but it is an example of something that we've forgotten. And every time we get distracted by other things and give up this quest, well, there's another thing we forget about temporarily. The high and profound states of mind are most often ignored or dismissed by dreamers. However, if they can be dwelt upon and explored with skill, it is possible for the dreamer to realize the depth and profound nature of these states of mind. Indeed, if the conditions are present, it is very possible for the dreamer to be brought to realize they are experiencing different stages of enlightenment. What have we been saying? If this is the model for not just understanding, but the quest of man, the quest of the mystic, many are the staff bearers, few are the true mystics. And we're doing this anyway. We're just doing this part. if the Logos doesn't exist, what follows? Then we're all masters of meditation and going through various enlightenment states or blocks to them. Only we have to have our attention brought to that through the skill of dream analysis. Among such experiences are those enlightenment experiences of the most brilliant light of being or the good. We've talked a lot about that in this book. And why not? The analysis of the dream not only can bring this to light, but the dreamer will be brought to experience that enlightenment state during the analysis itself. Wow.
Wow.
Indeed. That is a higher order, since it includes a deep understanding along with it. So, wowzers. We were just saying that we're master meditators only when meditating on the false beliefs, false image. We are playing out the implications of that in our dramas, in our life and in our dreams. We go through high and low states of mind and we usually ignore or dismiss the high ones. But actually those high states are levels of enlightenment. Stages of enlightenment. But having our attention brought to what we ignored and dismissed through understanding means that we're reapproaching those states through the skill and understanding of dream analysis, meaning not only do we get that experience, but we get the understanding along with it. And this whole book has been highlighting time and time again the significance of understanding as the spiritual method. The story of Jesus, the pathetic hero story, is the significance of what happens if you have that without understanding. The cause of all human problems is what happens if we don't apply understanding to our beliefs to free ourselves from them. And another thing we're seeing here is Jesus being confused about how come the highest experience is not the final goal. It must also have a cause. Thus, if you don't have understanding, you might make sense of the problem of enlightenment poorly. You won't remove your beliefs. You could just play out your beliefs with greater power now. You won't really go through, you won't understand the stages of enlightenment, so you might mistake whatever insight you have as the highest. Thus the expression, a Buddhist and a Taoist cross each other on the path and they don't recognize each other. Because there might be at stage 4 and stage 6, but because both traditions don't have understanding logos as their method, they don't recognize the stages. They jumped into one if they're lucky, and often it's rare. But we're climbing the mountain step by step, making it a rational process and the rational process. And then finally, after you do go through the stages of that kind, the most brilliant light of being or the idea of the good, well, hopefully you have understanding and you can go through the sort of dialogue we just went through with Socrates about how there's another level, another stage beyond that, which may even have levels of that too. So maybe we can make our own saying. A Taoist and a Buddhist cross each other on a path, and they don't recognize each other. Meanwhile, a philosophy sees the whole thing and laughs to himself. There we go. Put that on a stuffy and send me 10% in the Etsy store. But he's saying, hey, if you go through this process of understanding, guided by the highest spiritual master, our dream master, then that kind of enlightenment progression is of a much higher order, because it addresses whatever it is that blinded you from it, addressing your problems. It addresses your false image that plays out in the drama. And not only are you removing your problems and blocks to recognizing it, you're developing an understanding of it, so you have a deep understanding along with that re-experience. And in the ideal conditions of dream analysis, you might be brought back into that enlightenment experience. You don't have to sit on a mat for 40 years and eat only rice and walk around the block every 3 hours to stretch your legs. You don't have to go to some ashram in some Eastern temple and sit in the front door for 3 days to prove that you're loyal. You don't have to go live with the bears, escape from the trappings of capitalism. No, you just got to do dream analysis. Love understanding, be open to truth. Talk about it with your friends. Make content on it if you want. Give me 10% if you want. I don't know why people keep bringing up the 10% thing in the chat. But I value my chatters, so I'm going to keep reminding them. And this fun game of understanding the dreams you are having already. And by the way, you never get bored of your dreams. It's not like a Hollywood movie where the plot gets boring and you don't identify with the main character. You always identify with the main character. That's part of your problem. The drama is also always interesting. It's populated by figures from your life and images and symbols and metaphors that represent what's most significant to you. And here's a newsflash, you care about yourself and you give a shit about your problems. You can't get bored. So you're reliving the best movies ever, and each dream is new. You get about 4 a night. I think it happens every couple of hours. So you don't have to force yourself to be a devotee, shave your head and wear an orange robe and chant Hare Krishna. You don't have to travel to some Himalayan temple like Doctor Strange did. You don't have to renounce all worldly possessions like, I don't know, is there a superhero who did that? You tell me. You don't have to master the ways of the drunken fist. Just have to find someone who's cool and interesting and open, loves understanding, a generous heart, good mind. And you can review the best movies you've had, most important to you, most relevant and meaningful to you. And you can, in the ideal conditions, go through stages of enlightenment along with understanding, along with solving your problem. It's literally a
win-win-win-win-win.
A win-win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win. It's a win-win-win-win-win.
A win-win-win-win-win. How neat. Did I mention this book is a banger? Let's keep reading. Bring back our players. Now that is truly remarkable. Yes. Yes, Jesus, it is. Because you're in a banger book. What name do you give to this kind of learning? I have heard a bit about your dream work, and I would like to know how you and your followers name what you do. Philosophical midwifery is the name of this method. True philosophers use to overcome ignorance and gain the wisdom that enlightens every man. Okay, someone says, hey, what are you into? Oh, philosophical midwifery. What's that? Oh, it's the method true philosophers use to overcome ignorance and to gain the wisdom that enlightens every man. I'll say, what? And you say, oh, it offers the paradigm for understanding human problems and the way to the perfection of the soul. And your friend will say, oh, is it worth doing? Sounds complicated. Well, it is through it that we can discover and can confirm for ourselves that we are not alone. So, yeah. Now this is interesting because this goes back to what were the fundamental promises that we accepted our problems in Abrahamic religions. Number 1, you will overcome the guilt of your sin. You have problems in your life, you made mistakes. We'll get rid of the guilt if you join our cult, our belief-based group identity. Doesn't work. Why? Because only this offers the paradigm for understanding human problems and the perfection of our soul. So, a lie. Religion is a lie in that sense. You can't overcome your guilt. Even if they say, I forgive you, Jesus forgive you, Jesus died for your sins and all that shit. No. Number 2, the other promise is, hey, you feel kind of lonely and alone, scared and alone, lonely and afraid in a world you didn't make, to quote Alan Watts. You feel estranged? Hey, join our group, you'll have a sense of togetherness. We'll sing, you'll feel like a part of a greater whole. Doesn't work. You look around at all these weirdos and say, I'm not like them. And they're not like me. They're all doing weird stuff with their beliefs, and I don't agree with a lot of this. And also, I like to read Harry Potter, and why are we limited? Why can't we read Harry Potter? Why can't we learn from other religions too? They're all the devil? Even the Eastern ones? Oh, shit. You don't get over your feeling of estrangement by accepting a limitation of understanding and ousia, belief. And finally, fear. There's going to be an end of the world soon, and we're going to do our best to bring it about. And if you believe, you get to go to heaven. If you don't, oh, let me tell you some stories to mess with your mind as a kid about the devil. I think this is why horror games and horror movies are so appealing. Complete irrationality. A sinister evil force that is immune from reason and reflection that only wants to do harm. So all you can do is run away. Abrahamic belief. But this paragraph is a banger. Offers the paradigm for understanding human problems and the way of perfection of your soul. So getting over that feeling of guilt and shame or feeling less. Overcoming problems. Not just saying, I forgive you and do it again tomorrow. And secondly, that feeling of estrangement. It is through it that we can discover and confirm for ourselves that we are not alone. We live in a rational, caring, intelligible universe. That's that third one. Do we live in an evil, cruel universe that the destruction will come in Paul's lifetime and then you'll go to hell? Nope. No such thing. So the things that are promised by religions, particularly Abrahamic religions, are only solved in the way of philosophy. By definition. So your friends say, what are you up to? I'm doing this thing. We understand dreams and stuff. What? What's that called? Philosophical midwifery. Definition. I don't understand it. I'll give you a demonstration. It's the method true philosophers function with, to overcome ignorance and to gain the wisdom that enlightens every man. What the heck does that mean? How does it do that? Oh, well, it offers the paradigm, not a belief, the paradigm for understanding human problems and the way to perfect the soul. And it's through that alone that you can discover that for yourself, you're not alone. And your friend will say, holy shit, where do I sign up? And then you direct them to my YouTube and Twitch. Or you have coffee with them and you practice in dialogue what we just went through, Socrates to Jesus. Or just simply being honest, and if they're a good person, open, curious, open to understanding, willing to challenge the beliefs that block them. And just share your highest understanding and vision from this channel, from the book. What a banger of a paragraph. Jesus, is it unusual or rare to bring dreamers to recognize these experiences as enlightenment experiences in their dreams? Among those who have an interest in exploring the self, a fair number of dreamers have been brought to realize not only enlightenment experiences, but also the meaning of them in terms of their spiritual life. It is all part of being a philosopher, my dear boy. My art of midwifery, as I have said, has parallels with my mother's art. For I should add that she was known as one of those who mastered midwifery for women who were pregnant. Her art reached a high point, since she could detect very early signs of pregnancy. She could assist women in the trials and difficulties of childbirth. And after assisting in the birth, judge if the birth was a true or noble birth, or if it should be abandoned. She knew something few midwives ever get to know. She knew what kind of relationships would prove to be beneficial, which she knows, and which not. My art parallels hers in every way, except I bring to birth ideas and not children. Now, earlier we said the method of learning is to look for analogies, expand the analogies, and fill in the missing terms. Just like you're playing Resident Evil, speaking of horror games, you see, oh, that painting has 2 green gems in the eyes of that figure. Oh, that painting has 2 red gems in the eye of that figure. You walk further down the hallway, there's a locked door, but next to it is a picture of a man with holes in his eyes. And you think, I've seen a pattern. I can expand that pattern and realize I need to find the next gems. And if I put them in the eyes of this painting and the next painting and the next painting, however many paintings there are, I will unlock the next area. Similarly, Socrates is giving us an analogy. There are 1. Detect early signs of pregnancy. 2. Assist women in the trials and difficulties of childbirth. 3. Judge if the birth was true and noble or if it should be abandoned. And 4. Know what kind of relationships, thumbs up, would prove to be beneficial and what not, and which not. Which means there's an analogy. Something to the art of dream analysis and philosophical midwifery, you'll find an equivalent to each one of them. The game is for you to play. Write it down somewhere, fill it out. If you want, you can share it on the Discord. Have fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Have some joy and whimsy with it, dude. So he's taught us how to read, and now he's given us something to play with. Jesus. I find that very important because the skill the maker of dreams must possess to achieve such profound goals is amazing to contemplate. It is indeed a fine art to know which love unions will bring the reward of intimacy and which not. But we've been talking about, find those people. Good heart and good mind. Get yourself a girl who can do both, who has both. That's a meme. I'm just quoting a meme. I'm not being silly. To know which love unions will bring the rewards of intimacy. Remember, giving birth to works that rival for how long? That lasting 1,000 years was from the direct quote. It wasn't in the book, but Socrates. Very true. Very true, Jesus. It is a noble art. And in respect to dreams, I would say that the total number of dreams appearing to all living beings throughout all time is a staggering number. These dreams always come to those who grasp for meaning on some higher level. If you're in the game, if you really want to develop, be a good person, do what you're here to do, find meaning on a higher level, you'll have these dreams, these kinds. The dreams bring a unique object of learning for the dreamer to comprehend. For a dream to be able to be uniquely meaningful to each soul, it must have an image of the self that the dreamer can identify with. Who you identify with. What? It must have a drama that has an analog with an unsuspected problem the dreamer is facing in his or her present world. And the solution of one's unsuspected problem must be central to the spiritual life. Yes, I can see why you say that, Socrates, says Jesus. And I am pleased to hear that, Jesus. Now, since we are not aware of the masks we wear, we also do not realize that the way we function to achieve our goals may defeat our best efforts and bring us ruin. So, we identify with the image in the dream, the main character, the Tom Cruise of your dream movie. The drama has an analog to, therefore, the everyday life problems you play out, playing out the implication of that mask. That mask you identify with. We are not aware of the mask we wear. Again, we take it to be obvious and real. We also do not realize that the way we function to achieve our goals, this is the irony of it, or the humor of it, or whatever. Without midwifery and dream analysis, the more effort you put into achieving your highest goals, the tragic irony might be, the more your best efforts are causing you ruin. It might not be an effort game. In fact, the effort, the tension, the struggle against the laws of the universe, the cutting against the grain, might be the exact manifestation of the mask, and therefore bring about a blocking of those goals or your ruin. Think about that story of Jesus from Mark. He tried really hard to fulfill the prophecy from his religious teachings. Getting on the donkey and all that, riding into town. There's a story that Pierre said once, or said however many times, can't remember. Anyway, he said, look, A master butcher never has to sharpen his knife. Because if a master butcher knows all the patterns of the meat that he's cutting, and so his knife flows effortlessly along with those grains. So he never dulls his knife. Which is contrary to how we're taught to behave in our Aristotelian world, materialist world, stoic world. Try hard. Pull yourself up from your bootlaces. That kind of crap. The way we function to achieve our goals, says Socrates. Come back, Socrates. May defeat our best efforts and bring us ruin. We are urged to carefully set before us the most ideal circumstances and then devote ourselves to the mastery of some profound task, such as reading one of the works of the sages. So, set up as best you can the ideal circumstances for reading and mastery of one of the works of the sages. And if you don't know where to get one of the works of the sages, there is a link to the PDF below. And if you look just over here, this would be one of them. And Socrates, we're missing something from Jesus in the middle. Jesus says something that we don't have. And then Socrates says, yes, you are correct in seeing that Jesus, whatever it was, for the art behind this ability to surface an unsuspected problem is a spiritual knowledge that nurtures the soul. An art. We call the maker of dreams the dream maker. Well, I thought we called him the dream master, but that's fine. After we bring to light these profound dreams, we often burn a stick of incense to honor that maker of dreams. It is from these kinds of reflections that we can say we are part of a caring and intelligible cosmos that we participate in and can become in union with. Wow.
Wow.
Caring, intelligible, cosmos. How important is that? Remember the promise? We'll get over your feelings of estrangement and your feelings of guilt for having problems if you join my cult, says the Abrahamic religions, and accept these limitations and reject your being, mind, understanding, being and self, ousia and logos. But it is from these kinds of reflections we come to see that we are part of a caring and intelligible cosmos. And we've also been saying, hey, one of the difficulties of having Abrahamic religions is that when you leave them, the effect of the teachings, rejecting ousia and logos, remain. And it's through ousia and logos you can come to know and understand the brilliant light of being. We have formalized that a little bit more, specifically through dream analysis and the art of midwifery. You gain an apprehension of that paradigm, knowledge, an understanding of it as well, dianoia. Together you have wisdom, and it's from that you can derive the paradigm to make universal judgments. What is just always? What is beautiful always? What is good always? Therefore, you are learning the logos, which has parts that we've been nailing down and has a whole, a state of mind and way of being. And from that, we can establish human laws that reflect and are in harmony with the laws of the cosmos. Which means as at a both individual level, at the level of your own soul, and as our species, ultimately, maybe down the road, hopefully sooner rather than later, we can participate in a caring and rational, knowable, intelligible is the fancy word for that, cosmos. We can participate in what it means to be rational, just, and beautiful. And we can join with it. We can be one with the cosmos. As a society, when our laws reflect it, and as an individual mind unifying with mind itself. So not an enlightenment experience as a one-off, but as a permanent way of being. And then functioning in the world and beyond in a caring and intelligible way, because you have participated in and ultimately unified with beauty itself, intelligibility itself, or mind itself, or your soul is now the cosmos' soul kind of thing. Banger of a book, eh? Jesus. So you have brought many to recognize we are part of a caring cosmos, and you demonstrate that in many ways. But it seems the most direct way is through dreams. Surely it is a personal way to bring people to see that we participate in mind, seeking to know the mind. What are we doing? We are mind, seeking to know the mind. You know, of course, that the idea of participation is alien to theistic systems of belief. God-based, not self-based. I have learned much about it, and I would love to hear what you think of this idea, Socrates. Remember, you can't know God. His mysterious ways. Shut up with your questions. We'll bomb you, and you'll starve your children to death. That's theistic bullshit. As in the idea of God is someone that you can believe in, have faith about. Worship, and then one day if you die, maybe you go to heaven. Like the worst multi-level marketing sales pitch ever. But same game. Hey, every multi-level marketing. Hey, imagine yourself on a beach with millions of dollars. They're trying to get you to visualize this bullshit that they're trying to get you to do stuff for. They're not selling you anything. An image, an idea, a belief. And then maybe the last 5 minutes they'll give you the particulars, but the first 3 hours is imagine how rich you'll be. It's a fucking con, grift. But no grift here. Know for yourself that you are mind seeking to know the mind through dreams, and you can come to recognize for yourself you are part of a caring cosmos. And if you replace the idea of the highest cause as self and not God, you don't have to believe in anything, and it's not different from you. Therefore, you can participate. Participation. Hooray. Yay. So what do you think about this idea of participation? Long stream today. Actually, just coming on 4-hour mark, so maybe we should call it. We've seen a lot. The significance of dreams. We've got a name for this art. Dream analysis we can call, well, dream analysis falls under the category of philosophical midwifery. So it seems like philosophical midwifery also contains solving problems and philosophy. And dream analysis. So we're putting it all under the one name now. Now I like to put it under the name Philodynoia too. Wow. If you've seen this episode, good for you. Banger one. Oh my God. What more is there to say? Just bangers all the way through. Take those 4 aspects of what it means to be a midwife of babies and create your own hypothesis about what those 4 equivalents would be in terms of the soul. Carry them in your if sack as we continue to read. As we've gone through it today, have you noticed anything about yourself? Have you noticed a state of mind or a feeling state as we've read in this kind of a way where we're nailing down specific understanding? Could you hold on to that state of being or retain that state of being, state of mind or feeling state as a way of being, state of mind and way of being, of understanding? Can you imagine what it would be like to share it with another person with a good heart and good mind? Could you imagine what kind of relationship that would be, which would bring the rewards of intimacy? Higher kind of creation, not children, but other kinds of states of mind, states of being and work. What do you think about this reading today? Share your thoughts in the comments below. You can join the Discord. You'll get a notification when we go live. You can donate to the channel if you like. There's a link below to buy me a coffee. Cheers if you do. And I can't wait for the next one because the idea of participation. Oh my God, how cool. I hope to see you there in the next one.